Okay, how are you all? Fine. Shall we resume now? Okay. So, in the morning session, we have done up to all the sections of the company audit, right? And now we are left with only one section, that is section number 143, subsection 11. Let me give you the brief introduction of that first, ki how Caro was incorporated in our portion. Now, see, when I did my CA, at that point of time, it was Caro 2003. Another one. Okay. You look like the one as well. Okay. So when I did it, it was Caro 2003, everyone. So during that time, there used to be, 17 to 18 clauses at that point of time. Then it got changed into Caro 2015. Then got changed into Caro 2016. And recently got changed into what? Caro 2020. Actually, if I have to tell you the brief history of the Caro 2020, it came on 25th February 2020 itself only. So what was the date of coming the Caro of 2020, everyone? What is the date? 25th February 2020. Now, at that point of time, the MCA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, thought that, okay, 1920 will be the first financial year, which is going to be covered under the Caro. First of all of you, please tell me what is the full form of Caro. But that anybody realize why it is known as order? Why it is not only called company audit report? Because company audit report we give as per SA 700. Am I correct or not? Which is our statutory audit report, independent auditors report, where we write all the paragraphs. This Caro is not an additional report. It is a part of your which report? Same statutory audit report. So first of all, that impression which you have, some people might be having, कि Caro is a separate audit report and normal is a separate audit report. They are not separate. That Caro is a part of what? Statutory audit report. Am I correct? Now, it is O stands for what? Order. It is ordered by the central government under section 143 subsection 11. The central government says that, okay, you do the audit, no problem. But these are the 21 areas where I want the auditor to be more focused upon. I would like to ask you one word to all of you. Have you heard of the word called propriety? I think generally in the in the government audit, we use this word called what? Propriety. What does that mean? What is the meaning of the word called propriety? Anybody knows the meaning, general grammatical meaning of the word called propriety? Propriety means to think like an ordinary person. That is what do you mean by what? Propriety. It's a very simple thing. Let me give you a very simple example to understand the meaning of propriety. Because the whole concept of Caro is based upon what? Propriety. Try to understand this. You will get a completely different point of view of the Caro 2020. Why it is an additional concept in our portion. Now see, please tell me, say for example, you are moving from Vijayawada to Bangalore, one flight you are taking. Am I correct? It's a 45 minutes or 50 minutes flight or maximum 1 hour flight. I'll give you the two options, business class ticket which is costing you 35,000 and there is a economy class ticket which is costing you 3,500. Which one you would like to have? 3,500. Am I correct or no? By the time your bum will sit to that, adjust to that particular seat, your, Bangalore will come. So I don't think so that anyone sitting in the class would like to spend 35,000 rupees for a 1 hour journey. Are you getting the point? Same is the case with me. Even though I can afford 35,000, but still I will not be spending any 35,000. I would also like to buy what? 3,500 worth of. This is called propriety. Means thinking about your own money. That is what do you mean by what? Propriety. Because that is my hard-earned money. But if someone is ready to finance me, then in that case, I may think of taking what? 35,000. Please tell me, company runs with whose funds? Shareholders' funds. So it is not the company's money. It is whose money? Users' money, lenders' money, stakeholders' money. So you are not expected to waste it. You are expected to utilize it in a proper manner. There comes the need of Caro. So central government has made these 21 clauses to be read from propriety point of view. To be read from which point of view? What do you mean by propriety point of view? We don't want you to do the audit. Normal audit you are anyways doing, financial audit. But do the 21 areas mein propriety audit so that central government can have a point of view ki whether this company is running properly in these 21 areas or not. That is what the basic idea behind introduction of what? Caro. So that is why the O stands for what? Order. Ordered under section number 143 subsection. That is why it is your what? Duty. Are you getting the point? So central government is imposing the duty on you. Did you get the introduction? Now, 25th February 2020, it was introduced. For the first financial year to be covered is what? 1920. But as you all know, the pandemic situation came. It was deferred by 1 year. So they made 2021 financial year. When the next financial year, February month came, again you know that the second lockdown has happened. Again they deferred it for 1 year. And then finally, which financial year it was made? 21-22. It means last year up to December or up to September, I was the first one. We were the first one who did the reporting under CARO 2020. It means up to 2021 financial year audit, we were doing the reporting under what? CARO 2016. So last year was the first time when I saw and I reported under CARO 2020 being a qualified practicing CA. Are you getting the point? So you are learning it and we are doing it. That's it. So what was the initial financial year? 1920. Got deferred by what? 2 financial year. Finally, it is made applicable in what? 21. But date of notification will remain same. 25th February 2020. Did you get the meaning of the CARO now? Now, what is the major difference between 16 and 20? Anybody in the class can tell me how many clauses were there in 16? 16 clauses. How many clauses are here in 2020? 21 clauses. So what is the general idea we get? Okay, 5 clauses has been increased. But actually 7 clauses have been introduced. How many clauses? 7 new has been introduced, 2 has been deleted and 9 has been changed. Did you understand the point? So please tell me, what did I tell you? 7 new has been introduced, 2 has been deleted and 9 has been changed. Changed in the sense some additional disclosures are required to be made by the company now. So shall we proceed with CARO now? So please tell me how many clauses? 21 clauses. Reported under section 143 subsection 11. CARO 2020. Now, next important thing is, this is what the history I was telling you about the CARO. It is all written over here. Now, next thing what you need to understand is CARO a separate audit report or it's a part of your normal audit report? It's a part of your normal audit report. In the normal audit report, in the below you will write, find the annexure for the CARO 2020. You attach it. The backside page, you can attach your CARO report. But there are some things you need to understand. First thing is, it is divided into basically 4 paras. How many paras are there? 4 paras. Para 1 talks about date of notification, which I already told you. Please tell me the date again. 25th March 2020. And the first financial year was 25th March or 25th February? 25th February 2020. What is the first financial year? Supposed to be from 1920, but actually made applicable from 21-22. Am I correct? That is para number 1. So this is what the 2 things you need to learn in the para number 1 of the CARO. Para number 2 of the CARO talks about what? Applicability, on the basis of which they may ask you one very good question in the examination. And I think that when I will ask you the question again, you may end up giving me the wrong answer. Right? Because there are so many things you need to understand in the CARO. Point number 1, CARO is applicable to whom? Read the point number 1. All companies, including which company? Foreign company under section 2 subsection 42. Can anybody in the class tell me what do you mean by foreign company? A company which is incorporated in India or outside India, but having a place of business in, that is what do you mean by CARO? Foreign company. Am I correct or no? What do you mean by place of business in India? Is this called place or having operations in India is more important? You can do the online business. Say for example, Apple is a foreign company for India. Even though it does not have a legal Apple store in India, but is it available via its agents or not? Electronically as well as what? Physically. That makes you a which company? So not only Indian companies are covered, foreign companies are also covered under the CARO 2020, but it does not cover these companies. What are the companies? Section 8, OPC and what? Banking and insurance, and which company? Small company. Now listen to this very carefully. Generally, in the flow of answers, sometimes we get carried away in the answer so much that we end up giving the wrong answer. Like say for example, let me give you, and you will agree with me. Sometimes kya hota? Banking, electricity, insurance. What is the third word we generally add up? Insure. Are you getting the point or not? Electricity company we add up. But did I say electricity? No. So is it applicable on electricity companies? Yes. But is it applicable on insurance? No. Banking? No. NBFC? Yes. NBFC? Yes. What is the full form of NBFC? Non-bank. So on that, yes. But on bank? No. NBFC converted into bank? It was applicable, but now it is not applicable. Bank converted into NBFC. It was not applicable, but now it will be made applicable. Did you get the point or not? Second problem, what we generally do is small OPC dormant. What is the word we generally attach? Dormant. Yeah, I'm not saying that you will do it. I'm saying it comes sometimes in the flow. Electricity, insurance and banking, and small and dormant and what do you say, OPC. So neither it is talked about dormant nor it is talking about what? Insurance. Please tell me the 6 written companies, please. Section 8 not applicable, OPC not applicable, banking not applicable, insurance not applicable, small not applicable, and not applicable to. It means it is applicable to private unlimited company. It is not applicable to private limited company, but it is applicable to private unlimited company. But when it is not applicable to private limited company, if the 4 conditions are satisfied, all 4 are to be what? Satisfied. But before that, let us do the small amendment which we have in the which company? Small company. Anybody in the class can tell me what is the actual definition of the small company? Proper definition. Because that is where I will tell you where you are going wrong. Please tell me the first of all, anybody knows the section? Section is 2 subsection 85. What is the definition ka section? 2 subsection 85. What do you mean by the small company? What do you mean by the small company? Please tell me. A small company is a company other than public company. Repeat after me. A small company is a company other than. Because if you are a public company, you are already covered under the left side. Are you getting the point? A small company is a company which is other than what? Public company, having a paid up share capital which is not exceeding how many crores? 4 crores now. How many crores now? 4 crores. It was earlier 2 crores. 2 crores has been changed to 4 crores. And having a turnover not exceeding what? 40 crores now. What was the earlier? 20 crores. So 2 became 4 and 20 became what? 40. Am I correct or not? Now, who changed this limit? That is MCA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. And what is the ministry's limit? To the higher limit as 10 crores, to the higher limit as what? 100 crores. That also you will find sometimes written in the definition. Now, this 10 crores and 100 crores is not the present limit. This is the limit of Ministry of what? Corporate Affairs. It means Nirmala Sitharamanji, in the future if she wants, now 4 crores ko she can do 8 crores ko she can do maximum also what? 10. It means 10 is the upper limit of being called as a which company? Small company. And 100 in case of turnover. Are you getting the point? Presently, what is the limit? 440. Remember, holding company can never be a small company. Subsidiary company also can never be a small company. Section 8 company can never be a small company. A body corporate can never be a what? Small company. And a public company can never be a what? Small company. What 5 companies can't be a small company? Holding, a subsidiary, a section 8, a body corporate, or a public company. This is the actual definition of the company called what? Small company. Is it clear? Now let me give you one question now. ABC Limited incorporated as a small company. Are you getting the word? But in the previous financial year, its paid up share capital was 3.9 crores as per the previous audited financial statement, and its turnover breached 80 crore rupees. Is Caro applicable? आप समझ में आया? I told you कि I'll mingle the concept with what? Caro. Its paid up share capital is 3.9 crores, but its turnover breached 80 crore rupees. Is Caro applicable? And it was incorporated as a small company. Not applicable. Not applicable. Why not applicable? Because it is written. We are not talking about the private limited company, sir. I am using the small company. 4 limits comes under which company? 4 limits which we are talking about comes under which company? Private company. I am saying that there is a ABC private limited company which was incorporated as a which company? Small company. In the previous financial year, say for example 2023 financial year mein, its paid up share capital is 3.9 crores, but its turnover breached 80 crore rupees. How much? 80 crores. Is Caro applicable or Caro not applicable? Sir, Caro becomes what? Applicable. Because what is the present limit of enjoying the status of small company? Right now, what is the limit I told you? 4 crores and what? 40 crores. And you crossed what? You are no longer a which company? Small company. You are no longer a which company? Small company. Now there comes the problem. Ki sir, now it is a normal private limited company. So when it is a normal private limited company, how many conditions to be satisfied? 4 conditions. But can you please tell me what is the 4 conditions of private limited company now? What are the 4 conditions? You should neither be a holding of any which company? Public company. You should not be a subsidiary also of a which company? Public company. Condition number 1 satisfied. It is neither having any holding nor having any subsidiary. Okay, satisfied. But total paid up share capital plus free reserves shall not exceed how many crores? How much free reserves I told you? How much total paid up share capital I already told you? 3.9 crore. Is it more than 1 crore? It means Caro is what? Applicable. Did you understand how they will integrate the company law का amendment in Caro concept or no? Yes. हमें क्या लगता है कि Caro में लिखा हुआ है there are 6 things written on them Caro is not applicable. But let me tell you one thing, amendment has come in which company? Small company. They would like to definitely test you by incorporating the Caro provisions with the which company? Small company. Now please tell me a small company with 3.9 crores of paid up share capital and 80 crores will covered under Caro or will not get covered under Caro? Why it will cover under Caro? What is the reasoning you will write in the examination? First of all, it lost the status of which company? Okay, both the conditions should be within 4 and within 40. Am I correct or no? Maximum 4, maximum 40. Which one is violated? 40 wala. Now it is no longer a which company? And now it comes as a private, because it can't be public. Nobody, nothing is written in the question get converted into public. So it is still a what? Private. But being a private also, what is the second condition? Total paid up share capital plus free reserve shall not exceed what? But is it more than 1 crore? So Caro is what? Applicable. Are you getting the point? This is how they will integrate the particular amendment with the concept of what? Caro. Is it clear to all of you? But now you please tell me what are the 6 things which are not covered under Caro. Please tell me. Point number 1, section A. You don't have to see anything in section A. Point number 2, banking, insurance, OPC, small. Small way we have discussed. What is the 6th one? It means what is covered? Private, unlimited company is covered. But what is not covered? If how many conditions are satisfied? 4 conditions. So what are the 4 conditions? These are the 4. And do you know that we have to satisfy all 4 to not get covered under Caro? It's a negative provision actually. We have to satisfy all 4 to not get covered under what? Caro. It means if one of them is dissatisfied, I will immediately get covered under what? Caro. Point number 1, I should neither be a subsidiary nor a holding of which company? It means, let's say for example now, I am a ABC private limited company. I am a which company? I am an associate of a public company. Is Caro applicable or is Caro so far not applicable? I'm not talking about the 3 condition. Tell me the test of first condition. I'm not a holding or subsidiary of public company. I'm an associate of a public company. Is Caro applicable or not applicable? Not applicable. Because what are the 2 words we have to see? Subsidiary and holding. And you know the difference between holding and associate? What is the difference? When do you call someone a subsidiary? In which more than 50% of the voting rights are held by the which company? And what makes you associate of someone? If it is a significant influence. Which influence? Which means equivalent to what? 20% voting right. But is the word associate written or not written? So don't apply your unused brain in the examination at that point of time. Extraordinary. Us time here, student would like to become oversmart in the exam. What are the 2 words they said? I can be associate, no problem. I can be in joint venture with public company, no problem. What are the 2 things I should not have? Subsidiary relationship or holding relationship? Is it clear to all of you? Condition number 1 understood. What is the condition number 2? Total paid up share capital plus free reserve shall not exceed what? What does that mean? Exactly 1 crore is covered or not covered? I am a private limited company. Exactly 1 crore is coming. Covered or not covered? Am I covered under Caro or not covered? Not covered. 1 crore, 1 rupee? Covered. Because it should not exceed what? 1 crore. What does that mean? Less than or equals to 1 crore is fine. But the moment it will cross what? 1 crore. I will get what? Covered. What is the third condition? Outstanding borrowings also shall not get covered and shall not be more than what? 1 crore. And what is the fourth one? Turnover including discontinuing operation turnover shall not be exceeding how many crores? 10 crore. Tell me the four conditions of private limited company to not get covered under CARO 2020. Neither I should be a holding nor I should be a subsidiary of a which company? Second, total paid up share capital plus free reserve shall not exceed 1 crore. Third, outstanding borrowings in aggregate shall not exceed what? 1 crore. Fourth, turnover including discontinuing operation turnover shall not exceed what? Now we'll go little bit into detail now. First point ka indication I already told you कि you can be an associate with a public company. Yes, you can be a joint venture with public company. We don't have any problem. Problem comes when either you are a holding or you are a subsidiary. Clarification. Point number 2 is what? Total paid up share capital plus what? Free reserve. Now the question arises, sir, what do you mean by total paid up share capital? Can you please tell me what is the idea about total paid up share capital? Equity share capital plus preference share capital minus calls in areas. Minus what? Calls in it. And minus that share application money which is not yet allotted. Minus what? That share application money whose allotment is what? Pending. So tell me the four things. ESC plus PSC minus calls in areas. Why minus calls in areas? Received or not yet received? So it is not your paid up share capital. Minus what? Share application money whose allotment is pending. What do you mean by pending allotment? Matlab not yet allotted. It means that is also not your money. Because you know that under section number 23 to 41 relating to prospectus, we cannot touch the money till the time it is not yet allotted. So two things you have to minus. Now what is the second thing we added? Free reserve. All reserves, sir. All reserves. Sir, RR also. What is RR? Add. Securities premium, add. IRR, add. Whatever the reserves are there on the credit side of the balance sheet you are finding, everything to be what? Added. But there is one adjustment. What is the adjustment? Debit balance of what? P&L. If you will see debit balance of P&L, what does that mean? It's a loss. What you will do with that? You will first reduce it from the reserves. If the reserves are not enough to consume your what? Losses, then you will adjust it from what? Capital. So first you have to adjust it from where? Reserves. Then later on from capital. Did you get the point? Tell me the two adjustments I told you. Please tell me what is TPUSC formula? ESC plus PSC minus calls in areas minus which share application money? Whose allotment is pending. What is free reserves? All reserve, revenue, capital, everything to be added. What to be adjusted only? Debit balance of P&L. What if the reserves are not enough to adjust it, the loss? Then reduce it from the capital. What is the third one? Outstanding borrowing. Sir, what do you mean by outstanding borrowing? Short term, long term, are you credit card bills, everything to be added. And remember, it is not per borrowing limit. It is aggregate limit. It is a which limit? All the loans put together shall not be more than what? 1 crore. Is it clear to all of you? Please tell me what you will do with the provisions. What if on the liability side they have given some provisions also? Are you going to add it? Are provisions your liability or are provisions your debit to P&L? Provisions क्या होती है? What do you mean by provisions? Are these the actual figures or management estimates? Are these your obligations or money kept aside for payment of the obligations? Money kept aside for the payment of obligations. Provisions ignore. Are you getting the point or not? Everything you understood? And what is the last one? Turnover including which turnover? Discontinuing operation. Matlab you were into the multiple businesses. Say for example, I was doing cement business also. I was doing textile business also. Cement business is running successfully 12 months. Textile business I got the losses after 7 months. I discontinued it. Please tell me which two turnovers you will take. Both cement as well as textile up to how many months? 7. So which one is continued? Cement. Which one is discontinued? Textile. Even one day I have run that business, that turnover also you have to add. Because turnover includes both continuing as well as what? Discontinuing operations. Two things you have to adjust in the turnover. One is sales return. What is the one is? Now I'll tell you what is the tricky part they will ask you in the examination. 22-23 financial year में you got the sales returns of, say for example, 2.5 crores. Your total turnover is, say for example, 12 crores. In 22-23 you got the sales returns of 2.5 crores from the year 21-22. 21-22 mein you did sale. That return came in what? 22-23. Will you reduce that sales return? Sale made in which year? 21-22. Its return came in which year? Will you reduce that sales return in 22-23 applicability of Caro mein? Will you or you will not? Irrespective of the year to which it belongs, sales returns are required to be what? Adjusted. Point number one. Second thing you have to adjust is what? Trade discount. Which discount? But if they will give you which discount? Cash discount. Ignore. If they will give you sales commission, ignore. Discount allowed, ignore. Only two things you have to minus. What are the two things? Sales return and trade discount. One more question they may ask you. What? Acha, I will give you two options now. Turnover sometimes include your GST. And if turnover and GST are given separately, what you will do in these two situations? If the turnover includes what? GST, remove what? GST, subtract it. But if they are given what? Separately, ignore it. Did you hear the point? What is the reason? GST is not your revenue. GST is whose revenue? Government's revenue. Is it clear to all of you? So that is not your revenue. We are talking about your revenue as a private limited company. So please tell me, did you understand all the adjustments over here? Please tell me, what are the four conditions I need to satisfy so that Caro will not be applicable on me? Point number one, I should not be a holding or subsidiary of a which company? Second, my total paid up share capital plus free reserve shall not be more than 1 crore. What includes in my total paid up share capital? And what includes in my free reserves? All reserves. What do I have to adjust? Only one thing. Debit balance of P&L. That to first adjust with reserves. If there is a balance, capital. What is the third one? Outstanding borrowing. Individually it is 1 crore or aggregately? All loans to be added? Yes. Even credit card bills? Yes. But what about the provisions? चलो एक और क्वेश्चन देता हूं. Say for example I wrote OD. What is OD? Against which my OD is 80 lakhs, against which there is a FD of 60 lakhs. What you will do with this OD? Will you consider net 20 or you will consider gross 80? My OD is 80 lakhs against which I have done an FD with the bank worth rupees 60 lakhs. On the basis of that, they give me OD of what? 80 lakhs. Are you going to take gross as it is or you will take net of it? How much OD you will consider for the outstanding borrowings purpose? 80 or 20? 80. You have to take what? Gross. You don't have to do any adjustment of what? FD. Is it clear? These are the maximum amount of transactions they may ask you to put you into the trouble situation of applicability of Caro for the which company? Private limited company. Chalo, let's do the applicability para revision now. Please tell me Caro is applicable to whom? All companies including foreign companies. Right or not? Not applicable to whom? Section 8, OPC, small, dormant, electricity. अच्छा, no dormant. Okay, electricity. अच्छा, वो भी नहीं है. Bank, insurance. प्राइवेट तो है ना. प्राइवेट अनलिमिटेड नहीं है. टू अनलिमिटेड इट इज एप्लीकेबल. टू द प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी इट इज नॉट एप्लीकेबल. व्हेन इट इज नॉट एप्लीकेबल? इफ ऑल द फोर कंडीशंस आर सेटिस्फाइड. सर थोड़े एसी रिड्यूस करो ना. टेम्परेचर बहुत कम कूलिंग हो रही है. मेरे को तो खुद पसीने आ रहे हैं. व्हेन आई एम नॉट कंफर्टेबल आई कांट डिलीवर. चलो वो कर देंगे. अपन अपना रिविजन करते हैं. पॉइंट नंबर 2, व्हाट आर द फोर कंडीशंस टू बी सेटिस्फाइड? Neither holding nor subsidiary. TPSC plus FR shall not be more than 1. Outstanding borrowings aggregate shall not be more than 1. Turnover revenue including discontinued operation turnover shall not be including 1. Cash discount का आप क्या करोगे? Ignore. What you will do with trade discount? Sales return of any year matters or it has to be of this year? Any year. Matters or does not matter? Does not matter. Sales return means what? Minus. Okay. What you will do with the free reserves? All reserves? What if debit balance of P&L? First with reserves, then with what? What about OD gross or OD net? Gross. You need not take what? Net. Take it what? Gross. And ये word exam में देखना each लिखा होगा कई बार. Word, you will forget to see the word called word. Like the bank question they may ask you. Company has taken 50 lakhs of loan from bank A and its subsidiary each. They will show you only one figure, 50 lakhs, but end में they will write the word called each. 50 plus 50 makes it to what? So ye have a reading capacity, proper reading capacity. Don't forget to read the word called what? Each. Is it clear to all of you? 100% sorted? Clear? Now, should I give you one question? Pakka? Okay. Those who know, don't speak up. Huh? Now, this is a company's name. ABC Private Consultancies Limited is an associate of what? Global Limited. What is the name of the company? It is an associate of Global Limited. Am I correct? Having the following financials: ESC 80, PS 30, free reserve. This is the provision, revaluation reserve, investment allowance reserve, debit balance of P&L. And cement turnover is this much, textile is this much, service turnover is this much, sales return 2.9 CR, cash discount 40 lakhs, trade discount 23 lakhs, and bank 8 lakhs, financial assistance 32 lakhs, kind of loan only. Credit card bill is 16 lakhs. SBI OD is 20 lakhs, but OD from HDFC is 20 lakhs, and FD against the OD is what? 39 lakhs. ये आपके सामने question है, and please let me know Caro is applicable or is not applicable. It is an associate of Global Limited. Global Limited means public company, but is it subsidiary or associate? Associate. So condition number 1 is satisfied. Neither a holding nor a subsidiary. Condition number 2, paid up share capital shall not be more than what? 1 crore. ये add करके बोलना. 80 plus 30 will be added. 110 lakhs plus 23, 133 plus 20 more, 153. But debit balance of P&L is what? 60. What we are going to do with this? First we'll adjust with the reserves. Completing all the reserves, what is the total? 43. What is the total here? 60. 17 surplus. We'll reduce it from what? 110. What is 110 minus 17? 93. Still within 1 CR. Condition number 2 also what? Satisfied. Condition number 3. Outstanding borrowings. 8 plus 32. 40. Plus 6. Credit card bills to be added. 40 plus 16. 56 plus 20 lakhs. But this is 39. On these 40, they have done FD worth 39. To be taken of gross. So 20 plus 20 plus 40, 80. 80 plus 16, 96. Still within 1 CR. So 3 conditions are satisfied. What is the condition number 4? Cement turnover is how much? 8 plus 4, 12 plus 1, 13. What is sales return? So 10.1. 10.1 cash discount to be reduced, or still 10.1 cash discount is to be ignored. What is in this one? So 10.1 crore minus 0.23 crores, 9.87 na? 9.87. So total it is also what? Less than 1. Caro applicable or not applicable? Caro applicable. Actually, you need not do. Look at the name of the company. ABC Private Consultancies Limited or ABC Consultancies Private Limited? Oh, it's a public company. Oh, it's a which company? Public company. You need not do the whole question at all. Are you getting the point? What is the trick they used? They used a private word. आपको क्या लगा कि it is a which company? Private. Unless this word is used here, it will not be considered as what? Private. So you have to see anything or need not see. You can save your 5 minutes in the examination. Correct है नहीं है? 100% agreed. So what will be your answer if I'll remove private here and I'll insert it here? Now tell me. Now also Caro is what? Not applicable. But in the first case, Caro will become what? Applicable. Because we need not see anything below that because it is a which company? Public limited company. This is the one set of question what they may ask you from the Caro on the applicability relating to which company? Private limited company. So that is where our reading skills matters. What you want to read, read that. Sorry, don't read that. What the examiner has given, read that. Is it clear to all of you? 100% sorted. So we understood para 1, we understood para 3, para 2, and now the major 21 clauses in detail I'll make you understand. Now today when you leave out of this room, these 21 clauses 1 to 21, 21 to 1, jumbled, humbled in any way, you should be in a position to answer me. Am I correct? And what is there inside also, you are going to answer me. Let's start with the clause number 1. What is the clause number 1? Property, plant and equipment. You all know that this is called fixed assets clause. Am I correct? Now, let me tell you one thing, how you have to remember the Caro. Whenever we are talking about the clause number 1, as a Caro auditor, I have the 5 concerns to be taken care of. How many concerns? 5. Remember, point number 1, I'm going to ask my client, show me your records. Show me your what? Records. Listen, 3 types of records. Quantity wise, location wise, intangible wise. What are the 3 things? Quantity wise, location, where it is located, and how many are intangible. So tell me the first question. Records. Who is asking? Auditor. From the client. Show me your records of PPE. 3 types. Quantity wise, location wise, intangible. Second thing. Are these assets in your name? It means I'm concentrating on ownership. Are these assets in your name? If not in your name, in whose name you have taken? For how long you have taken it in that name? Why you didn't take it in your name? What is the gross carrying value? And what is the description of that property? What are the 5 things? In whose name? Why you didn't take it in your name? What is the gross carrying value? And till how long you are using his name as a what? Owner. And tell me the description of what? Property. Tell me the 2 areas. First one, records. Tell me the 3 types of record. Location wise, quantity wise. Second area, ownership. Title. Ownership mein what is the? Is it in your name? He said no. Because if he is saying it is in your name, we will simply see document of titles. But he is saying it is not in my name. Now, what are my 5 questions arising now? What is the vomiting I am getting? In whose name? Why you didn't take it in your name? Since how long? What is your gross carrying value? Description of the property. Then, third question. Do you do the physical verification of your property, plant and machinery at which intervals? Regular intervals. And did you find any kind of discrepancies? Question number 4. This is change means 2 points have been added. What is the point? Pending litigations relating to Benami properties. Repeat again. Pending litigations relating to Benami. What do you mean by Benami properties? Which are under dispute. Going the legal cases. So out of your all properties, which one are Benami and where the pending litigation is going on? That is the 4th question I am asking my client. And what is the 5th question? Did you do revaluation? What do you mean by revaluation? Change in the fair market value of the assets. If he is saying yes, then and if he is saying that yes, it is more than how much percentage? 10%. Then show me the which report? Registered valuers report. And did you disclose the change in what amount? My 5 areas: records, ownership, physical verification, Benami property, revaluation. Repeat the 5 words. Records, ownership, physical verification, Benami property, revaluation. Tell me, in my records, what are the 3 things? Location wise, quantity wise, intangible wise. Then Benami property mein any pending litigation. In case of which properties? Benami property. Physical verification mein, do you do it at regular intervals? What is the 4th area? Ownership. In whose name? Not in my name. Why it is in his name? Why it is not in your name? What is the description of the property? Gross carrying value. Since how long they are holding? And what is the last one? Revaluation. If the revaluation is more than what? 10%. Show me the registered valuers report. And did you disclose a change in the books of accounts or not? Is it clear? So what is our clause number 1? Property, plant and equipment. Clause number 2. What is our clause number 2? Inventory. Now, what you have to write in the examination? Let's say, for example, they saying that as an auditor, you found that key company is not carrying out the physical verification of its plant, property and equipment at the regular intervals, and there are some discrepancies in the ownership title as well. Now, you already know the idea that they are taking you towards what? It means they are talking about what? Clause 1. It has to be reported under Caro. how you will write the answer? As per clause 1 of para 3. Which para? Para 3 of Caro 2020 specified under section 143 subset. I can guarantee you examiner will go flat on this. What are the 4 things you have to write? Clause number, para number, section number and Caro 2020. After that you will write provision. This is what provision says. This is what facts case and this is my conclusion. Whether to be reported or not. But let me tell you one thing. Caro 2020 has made it very clear that let it be a positive remark or let it be a negative remark. You have to report. Only in not applicable case you will leave it. Otherwise you have to report. Is it clear everyone? Let's move to the clause number 2. What is our clause number 2? Same point. Point number 1. Physical verification at which intervals? Regular. But here my questions have been changed. What is the question I am asking? What is the procedure of your what? Physical verification. Second thing, what is the coverage of your physical verification? Third thing, are there any discrepancies you found during your physical verification? And if the discrepancies are more than what? 10%, did you properly adjust it in what? Books of accounts. Tell me the 3 points again. Physical verification. Point number 1. What is the procedure of physical verification? Coverage you are doing in the physical verification. Are there any ups and downs more than what? 10%. And did you adjust it properly? He said okay. Then some of you have an idea about stock audit. Anybody has done stock audit in the class? Raise your hand please. आपने stock audit किया हुआ है? What do you do in stock audit? Audit of stock. Please tell me sir. Do you calculate drawing power? Drawing power. I'm talking about the bank stock audit. When the bank appoints you and sends you on a client's place. Have you done anybody in the class? Have you heard about drawing power? Drawing power is the power capacity of the borrower to draw the money from his OD account. That is called which power? Drawing power. Now, when we do the stock audit, always remember, sometimes company takes CC loan or working capital loan. What is CC? Cash credit. What is working capital? Current assets minus current liability. So sometimes company may take CC loan or working capital loan. And if the loan limit what they have taken is more than what? 5 crores. So I'm going to ask, did you give inventory as a hypothecation or not? Do we give a hypothecation? Means security. In the form of what? Inventory. He said yes. मैंने कहा okay. Then I need to check 2 things. What are the 2 things? Did you file quarterly stock statements with the home banks? Whenever the bank gives you the loan on stock as a security, the bank needs quarterly stock statement. What does bank need? Quarterly. And I'm going to ask that same to my client. And problem number 2, is your inventory matching with what? Books of accounts. If not, details. Tell me the total inventory clause. Please tell me. What is inventory? My point number 1. Physical verification at regular interval. What did I ask? Do you do physical verification? He said yes. Procedure, coverage, discrepancy. More than 10% report. And next point. Did you take any CC loan whose limit is more than what? If taken, did you give inventory as a what? Security. If given as a security, are you filing stock statement of the inventory with whom? Bank at quarterly level. Am I correct? And second thing, are your inventory matching with what? Books of account. Tell me clause number 1 was what? What is clause number 2? Let's move to the clause number 3. Very, very important. What is the clause number 3? Loan to directors, promoters, interested party. Basically, what is the name of this clause? Related party loans. What is the name of this clause? I have 6 things to ask my client. How many things? 6 things. Inventory mein how many? 2. And PP mein how many? 5. Here how many? 6. Now listen the point number 1. I simply went to my client. I'll make you comfortable in this one. I simply went to my client. I said that, did you give loans to people? He said yes. I said how much? Say for example, he said 400 crores. Out of which, how much related party? How much are non-related party? Tell me my question number 1. Out of your total loans, how much is what? Related and how much is unrelated? Question number 1. Question number 2. Out of related party loans, are the terms and conditions regular or not? Are you favoring anybody? Or it is at arm's length price? Which price? So what is the market rate of loan? 10%. They also give the related party loan at the rate of what? 10%. I'm okay with that. But if they are favoring at 5%, it means kuch to gadbad hai. Something is the problem. Am I correct? So what is my first point? Out of your total loans, how many are related? Now come to the related. Second point. In the related, terms and conditions are favorable or unfavorable. What is my third question? Are you getting your principal repayment and interest payment on or before due date or not? What is my third concern? Because most of the times, where do you find the problem in recovering the money? Unrelated or related? Related. There will be intentional delays by the organization. So I'm asking, are you getting your principal repayment and interest payment on time? That is my third question. Fourth question. If the related party loan is overdue for more than what? 90 days. Bank audit mein hum log karte hain na, when do we declare someone as an NPA? More than 90 days. Same thing here. Is your related party loan is overdue for 90 days? He said yes. मैंने कहा, did you take any recovery measures or not? Did you take any recovery? Now the question arises, sir, what do you mean by recovery? Taking the police to that person? No. Sending a simple reminder notice is also called a which measure? Recovery. That is a question they may ask you in the examination. Is taking legal action is called recovery measure? Answer is no. Simply sending a reminder for the recovery is also a enough reminder. Am I correct? Tell me the four things. Total loans. How much? Related, how much? Unrelated. Second, terms and conditions are regular or not. Third, repayment interest on time or not. Fourth, overdue for more than 90 days. Did you take recovery measures or not? Fifth question, ध्यान से सुनना. Is there any existing related party borrower who came to you for extension, for fresh, and for new loan? What are the three things? Extension of existing loan, for new loan, and for what? Extension. What are the 3 points? Yeah. Extension, renewal, and fresh loan. Did you get the point? Did he come to you for what? Renewal. Did you come to you for what? Fresh. Or did you come to you for what? Extension. Which loans? Existing related party loans. New, if you are given, that is not going to count. Existing related party loans. And sixth question. Out of your related party loans, tell me how many are those related party loans where the amount is payable on demand or where no repayment terms have been what? Decided. Please tell me what is the problem you are seeing in these 2 points. It means company while giving the loan did not tell to the borrower when you have to repay. It means company has any intention to collect the money or no intention? No intention. They are saying, okay, repayable on demand. Whenever we want, we'll demand it. Or they are saying, okay, take 5 years. Okay, whenever you want, you pay it. It means payment terms are decided or not decided. That is a point of worry. Now, please tell me, in a normal audit, do you go that much deep into it? No. That is the reason Caro was made. These are the 21 areas selected where you have to think like a propriety auditor. Which auditor? Propriety. So, Caro audit ka another name is propriety audit. This is the only financial audit ka part where the auditor has to ask why behind the transaction. Please tell me the 6 cases in case of a related party. Point number 1. How many are related? 2. Terms and condition. 3. Repayment and payment of interest is coming on time. 4th. Overdue for more than 90. Did you take recovery measure? 5. Any existing related party borrower came to you for fresh, for fresh, renewal and extension. And what is the last one? Out of your total related party loans, how many are those loans for which repayment on demand and where no terms of repayment has been decided? Did you get the point? Tell me the 3 clauses, clause 1, 2, 3. PPE, inventory, related party. PPE mein 5 areas: records, benami, physical verification, title, revaluation. Inventory mein physical verification 2, and second loan, CC loan for more than what? 5 crores. What is the third? Related. 6 points we have done. Easy or very easy? समझ में आ रहा है? अभी तो looking easy. When it will move further, then clause will jumble. Am I correct? And you will fumble while telling me. Point number 4. Compliance of section number 185 and 186. Can anybody tell me what is 185 and 186? Loan to director is what? 185. Loan to other company is what? Intercorporate loan, 186. I think I need not tell you this section. You have done that in what? Your law. Please tell me one thing. How much loans the board of directors can give to the another company? Board of directors, I am asking you. As per section number 186. 60% of what? Total paid up share capital plus free reserves plus securities premium, or 100% of the free reserve plus security premium, whichever is higher. More than that, if you want to give, you need to pass a special resolution. Which resolution? That is what the auditor is checking. Auditor is simply checking if the company, your client has given a loan to another company, did you do compliance of 186 and 185 or not? Only 2 points. What are the two sections? 185, 186. We need not go into discussion because you have that in your law. So what is 185 and 186 is your clause number 4. What is 185? Loan to directors. What is 186? Intercorporate loan. Tell me the 4 clauses. Only heading. Property, plant and equipment, inventory, related party loans, compliance of 185 and 180. 4 to 1. Compliance of 185 and 186, related party loans, inventory, property, plant and equipment. What is the next one? Deposits. What is the 5th point is what? Deposit. Now, here small amendment has come. Very small amendment. Chota sa amendment hai. I'll tell you how. First of all, deposits are given under section number 73 to 76. I think all of you have done in CA intermediate law. There are 2 types of deposits, members deposits and public deposits. What are the 2 types of deposit? Members and public. We are never bothered about the members deposit. We are always bothered about when the company has raised the deposits from whom? Public. So read my question number 1, please. Whether any deposits have been accepted from whom? Public. Who is asking this? Auditor to the client. Did you accept any deposits from public? He said yes. If yes, boss, you have to comply with section number 73 to 76. He said, I have complied. Okay. Did you follow RBI directions or not? Please tell me why under the Companies Act RBI is interfering? Because acceptance of public deposit chapter section number 73 to 76 says that the rate of interest to be offered on deposits shall always be specified by whom? You cannot give the rate of interest more than specified by RBI. Because if you will start giving the deposit at more interest, people will stop lending or depositing the money in the banks. They will start getting the money deposited in what? Companies. Which is more safer or less safer? Less safer. So who intervenes? RBI. And whenever the company makes any default in the repayment of deposits after 36 months, they may get an order passed by whom? NCLT. So my 4th question is that, did you receive any NCLT order or not? What does that mean if they have received NCLT order? It means they have defaulted in the repayment. Please tell me what are my 4 questions. Did you accept any deposits from public? Second, 73 to 76. What is third? RBI directions followed or not? What is 4th? Is there any NC order? Part. और इसमें थोड़ा सा चेंज क्या आया कि yes, we have audited it as per DPT 3. What is the change came? We have audited the acceptance of deposit as per DPT 3 form number. What is the form number? DPT 3. Just make a note if you don't know. Auditor has to make 5th declaration कि I have done the audit as per DPT 3. He has to declare that I have done the audit of public deposits in DPT 3. Simply small amendment is there. Are you getting the point? Please tell me the 5 clauses we are done with. Property, plant and equipment. Second, inventory. Third, related party. Fourth, compliance of 185, 186. 5, deposit. 6, you already know. Now, anybody in the class can tell me what is this clause? Anybody in the class? What is this clause all about? 6th one. Are we checking the cost records? No. Checking is cost auditor's responsibility. Whose responsibility? We are simply asking the company, are you maintaining the cost records? Because boss, I have checked your turnover. It is greater than equals to what? 35 crores. And you are getting covered under regulated sector. So where are your cost records? I am just simply asking as a financial auditor. I do not have to check. Let me tell you, checking is whose responsibility? Cost auditor's responsibility. So it is a just simple clause. We are asking the company, did you start maintaining the cost records under section 148 subsection 1 as per which form number? If you remember, CRA 1. Before the break we have done that. Am I correct? Tell me the 6 clauses now. Looking easier? Please tell me first one. PPE, inventory, related party, 185, 186, deposits and cost records. Now 6 to 1. Cost records, deposits, 185, 186, related party, inventory, PP. What is 4? 185, 186. What is 2? Inventory. And 6? Cost records. And 5? 1 to you can easily tell. PP. And what was 5? Deposit. And what was 6? Like this we have to learn. From jumbled way, reverse and coming down. Now clause number 7 please. What is clause number 7? अच्छा क्या होते हैं कंपनी के स्टैट्यूटरी ड्यूज जीएसटी म्युनिसिपल टैक्सेस एनी अमाउंट ऑफ ड्यूज व्हिच आर repaid to the home government all are known as coming under which dues statutory. Now let me tell you how you have to remember this. Two questions: undisputed dues, disputed dues. What are the 2 points? What do you mean by undisputed dues? In which company is doing anything or they are repaying? That is undisputed. I don't have any problem in payment. What do you mean by disputed? Where the assessee and the department are agreeing or disagreeing. Now my 2 questions on disputed. Point number 1. Are you regular in payment of your disputed taxes or not? What is my question number 1? Are you, dekho sir, undisputed taxes mein you should be regular. When you know that you have to pay 60 lakh rupees, you should pay 60 lakh rupees on time by making the advance payment. So as an auditor, I am asking what? Are you regular in payment of your undisputed taxes? Point number 2. If there are no such payments made by you, are there any areas which are more than 6 months? Are there any areas which are more than 6 months? Anybody in the class can tell me why the lawmaker is concentrating here on 6 months? 43B is the reason. PGBB chapter, section number 43, capital B. Can you still pay your taxes till the date of filing of income tax return or not? Yes. So income tax return generally date is what? 30th September. Is it within 6 months from the end of the financial year? I'm interested in those areas which are still pending for more than what? 6 months. These are the 2 questions I'm asking in undisputed dues. Tell me the 2 questions. Are you regular? And are there any areas? Repeat the word. Are you regular? Are there any areas? Which areas? Pending for more than what? 6 months. Simple. Then 2 questions relating to disputed. What is the dispute amount involved? What is the question number 1? How much disputes? Let's say for example, I paid 70, I got a demand of 30. It means government saying that you are liable to pay 1 crore. How much I paid? 70. How much they are demanding? 30. So tell me, out of 1 crore, how much is disputed? How much is undisputed? 70 is undisputed because I paid it. How much is disputed? So that is what I'm asking. What is your amount of dispute involved? Question number 2. Where this case is going on? Is it going on in CESTAT or it is going on in ITAT? If it is income tax related, it will go where? ITAT. And if it is indirect taxes related, it will go where? CESTAT. Am I correct? So tell me my 4 questions on statutory dues. 2 disputed, 2 undisputed. Tell me 2 undisputed first. Are you regular? Or are there any areas? If yes, areas more than what? 6 months. Second, disputed में 2. What is the amount of dispute where the case is going on? अब हमें क्यों पता है how I am able to remember all these things? The reason being very simple, we are practicing it. I don't expect the same remembrance from you, but I try my level best to put it in such a simpler way so that you can understand it. Am I correct or not? Total how many clauses? 1/3 of the caro is over. Correct है नहीं है? 1/3 of the caro is over. Tell me 1 to 7 clauses again. अब full fledged में PPA में what are my 5 questions? Records. Records में what are my 3 questions? Location wise, quantity wise, intangible. Physical verification at regular intervals. Ownership में 5 things. In whose name? Why it is not in your name? Gross carrying value, description, period of holding. Then pending litigation in case of Benami and revaluation more than what? 10% registered valuers report. Is it clear? Second, inventory. Physical verification, coverage, procedure and discrepancy more than what? 10%. Then if you have taken any CC loan against what? Inventory. What is the amount of loan? Have you given any inventory as a security? And you must be filing quarterly stock statements. Am I correct? And is it matching with the books of accounts? Third, related party. Tell me my 5 things. Total में से how much is related? Unrelated. Are the terms and conditions regular? Third, are you getting your payments on time? Fourth, overdue for more than 90 days. Did you take recovery measures? Fifth, Anybody came to you for extension, renewal, fresh. And sixth one, how many are related party loans which are repayable on demand and on which term conditions have not been decided? Fourth, compliance of 185, 186. Fifth, deposit. Four questions. What are the four questions? Did you accept any deposits from public deposit? Section number 73 to 73. RBI directions followed or not? Did you get any NCLT ka order? What is the sixth one? Cost record. Are you maintaining cost records as per section number 148, subsection 1? What is the seventh one? Statutory dues. 2. Undisputed, disputed. Under the disputed 2. Regular, arrears. More than 6 months. Not within 6 months. Arrears more than 6 months. Disputed में 2 questions. What is the amount of dispute? In which forum the case is going on? 8th clause is the new clause. What is the new clause? Unrecorded income. What is the new clause, everyone? Now, यहाँ पे पहले कौन सा क्लॉज होता था? यहाँ पे 9th clause, which is right now, used to be what? 8th clause. Repayment of borrowings, which is 9th now, used to be what? 8. So one clause has been inserted. Clause number 8. What is the name of the clause? Let me ask you one thing. What do you mean by raid? When the IT department raids on your organization, when you have some disclosed income or undisclosed income? Over. I am asking my client, did you get raided by IT department under income tax 1961, and did you surrender any undisclosed or unrecorded income to them? He said yes. Question number 2, did you now record this unrecorded income in your books of accounts or not? What did I ask my client? Did you get any income tax assessment under what? Now I am telling you the formal language. Did you get any income tax assessment under which act? IT Act 1961, during which you have either disclosed or surrendered any unrecorded income. And after this assessment, did you now record your what? Unrecorded income in the books of. By after disclosure, to you have paid the taxes on that. They have raided on you. Now it's time to disclose that income or not. In where? Books of what? Can you read both the questions? Whether there is any unrecorded income which were not recorded in the books of account but disclosed and surrendered under the which assessment? And what is my second question? If so, whether such unrecorded income has now been what? Recorded in the books of account during this year or not? Is it clear to all of you? 100% clarity. Tell me how many clauses we are done with. So tell me 8 to 1. Unrecorded income, statutory dues, cost records, public deposits, 185, 186, related party loans, inventory, PP. What is 5? Deposit. What is 7? Statutory due. What is 2? Inventory. What was 4? 185, 186. What is 8? Unrecorded. What was 1? So 1 to 8. PP, inventory, related party, 185, 186, deposits, cost records, statutory dues, unrecorded income. Clause number 9. 6 questions again. How many questions? Are you able to see change word? Wherever I have used the word called change, it means these have been newly added in the existing clause. This used to be 8th clause under our CARO 2016, now which is known as what? बहुत simple question है. I went to my client. I asked simply him 6 questions. Try to understand me. Question number 1. Did you make any default in the repayment of borrowings? He said yes. Give me lender-wise details to whom you have defaulted. Give me which details? Lender-wise. Tell me my question number 1. Did you make any default? If yes, give me the which-wise detail. Lender-wise. SBI ko how much? ICICI ko how much? How much to PNB? Am I correct? Question number 2. Did you take any loan and you used it for some other purpose? Suppose my client took the loan for construction of factory, but he is using this for paying his personal bills. Now tell me, is the purpose matching with raising the funds? Is the end use of the borrowing is right or wrong? Wrong. Question number 3. Are you a willful defaulter? Are you a which defaulter? Declared by any bank or financial institution. Vijay Mallya is the correct example for that. He was a willful defaulter. He himself said that I don't want to pay. And banks declared him as which defaulter? Willful defaulter is more problematic than becoming a defaulter. You are blacklisted throughout the banking industry. You will never get the loan anytime. Becoming a defaulter means we're going to the court and applying that ki I am becoming insolvent, I am unable to pay. Willful defaulter means you had a money but you still did not pay. Did you get the point? Did you understand the three questions? Question number 1, any defaults, lender wise details. Question number 2, money borrowed for something but used it for something else. What is the third? Are you a willful one? Now point 4, you took any short term loan but you are using it for long term purpose. You took any which loan? But you are using it for long term. Point number 5, as a holding company, I went to the bank to take a loan, but unfortunately this loan was for the obligations of my subsidiary. I am asking my client, did you take any loan for the repayment of the obligations of your what? Subsidiaries, associates and joint ventures. Now please tell me, am I taking loan for myself or for my components? Why are you taking? Let them take. And 6th question, as a holding, did you take any loan by giving securities as not your assets? Your subsidiary assets you have given as a what? Securities. What is the difference you found in the point number 5 and point number 6? In the point number 5, holding was taking a loan for paying the obligations of its what? Subsidiary. In the point number 6, holding is taking a loan for itself now, but by not pledging its own securities, by pledging the assets of its what? Common. Sir, mere subsidiary ke sare asset tumhare. To whom he is saying? Banker. In both the cases, you are doing the fraud. Are you getting the one? Tell me the 6 cases in repayment of borrowings. First one, default, lender wise. Take the money for one purpose by using it for another purpose. Willful defaulter. Fourth one, short-term loan using it for long-term purpose. Fifth one, loan taken by the holding but for the repayment of obligation of its components, and loan taken by the holding but by pledging the securities of its what? Components. Easy to remember like this. So if any of these points they will ask you in the question, immediately it will strike. Arey yaar, it is relating to clause number 9. Clause number 9 mein this was the point. You don't have to, you can shuffle these 6 points, no problem. But main clause number you have to remember. Are you getting? Let's say for example, ABC Limited has taken a loan and they took the loan for the factory purpose, but they used it for the personal payments. Correct hai nahi hai? Yes or no? What is the problem you have out of 6? Purpose is right or purpose is wrong? And it's not only about personal purpose. It means you are deviating from what you use. Say for example, prospectus I am telling you that give me the money. Am I correct or not? But I will open 10 factories. But I took 10 plots in Guntur, outskirts mein. Or I opened 10 medical colleges. Am I diverting the funds or not? That is a bigger issues in the organizations. Are you getting the point? That's why peer review there are so many points which I will connect it here to the Caro. When we'll do the peer review, there I will ask you these points again. Because it is going to get connected to your topic called what? Peer review. Sir, interconnection of the subjects if you'll do now and the contents in the same subject, that is where you can say that ki, yes, I have learned the subject. But when you are mugging up just for the examination purpose, you will never be able to retain it for a longer period of time. Interconnection is very important. Tell me how many clauses we are done with? 9. Tell me 9 to 1. Repayment of deposits, unrecorded income, statutory dues, cost records, deposits, 185, 186. Then related party loans, inventory, PP. What was 7? And what was 8? What was 2? What was 6? Cost reward. What is 9? And here comes the clause number 10. What is the clause number 10? Application of funds. See, there are total 5 methods by which the company can raise the money. You just repeat the words IPO, FPO. What are the 2? Full form, please. And what is private placement? Private placement may you give a public offer or you choose the public whom you want to sell the share. Maximum 200. What do you mean by convertible debentures? At the time of repayment, are we going to repay them the money or convert them into equity shares? And what do you mean by right shares? Offered to the existing shareholder. Tell me the 5 things I told you just now. IPO, FPO, private placement, rights shares, convertible debentures. Again repeat. IPO, FPO, private placement, rights shares, convertible debentures. These two will keep it together. What are the first two? Because this is capital. This is capital coming from public. And what are the remaining three? Private placement, IPO, private placement, rights shares, convertible. Concept is same. Now see, if the company has raised the funds via IPO and FPO, and what is this paragraph? Read this. Utilized for a purpose for which it was raised or not. I'm going to ask my client, why did you raise IPO? Rohit, I raised IPO because we wanted to go forward. Expansion. I didn't see any new factories opening up. No, I expanded myself. So tell me one thing. Did you use the money for the actual purpose or for the other deviated the funds? So then I asked him, did you do any kind of what? Default? Or did you do any kind of what? Delay? Or did you do any kind of subsequent rectification? This one you can understand. What is this? Suppose I raised 10,000 crores, out of which 1 crore I used it for my purpose, personal purpose. But later on I infused back 1 crore rupees later on. It means I did what? Subsequent rectification. So what are the three questions from my point to my client? Did you any default in the application of funds raised via IPO and FPO? What is the second one? Is there any delay? Because to the public you have promised you will open the 10 new factories in the next 2 years. But so far not yet a single factory has been opened. What is the third one? Subsequent rectification. This is in case of IPO and FPO money you will ask. And if the money is raised via preferential allotment, means rights shares, private placement of securities, and which debentures? Convertible. Then my question is very simple. Did you follow 42 and 62 section? Can you please tell me what is 42? Private placement. 62, rights shares. Repeat again. What is 42? 62. Then you might be thinking, sir, what do you mean by convertible debentures? That also comes under what? 62. And second thing, if money not utilized for what purpose for which it was raised, please give me the details and the nature of what? Non-compliance, because our clause name is what? Where you are spending this money. Don't get confused with 9. What is 9? Defaults in the repayment of borrowing. You are defaulting in returning the money back to the lenders, and this is relating to dedicated to you are using the money for the other purpose. Even though two clauses are here which are very similar to this clause. What is the clause number 3? Money used for any other purpose, and short term money used for what? Long term. Even though they are connected with 10, but they are not 10, coming under 10. Are you getting the point? Coming under 10 are the 5 things. Tell me the 2 here. IPFPO. 3 here. Private placement, preferential allotment, convertible debentures. What are my 3 questions here? Is there any default? Is there any delay? Is there any subsequent? And what is my question here? Compliance of 42 and 62. And did you utilize the money for any other purpose? And if not utilize that money, then give me the details and nature of what? Non-compliance. Tell me how many clauses we are done with? 10. Tell me 10 to 1. Application of funds. Default in the borrowings. Unrecorded income. Statutory dues. Deposit, cost records. Deposits. Compliance of 185, 186. Related party loans. Inventory. What is 9? Default. What is 7? What is 2? What is 6? What is 10? Application. And you know inside as well what we are asking? Yes. Now clause number 11 that you already have an idea. What is this? And you know what is the section number for fraud reporting? 143. We are going to simply ask 3 questions in which one has been recently added. Point number 1. I'm asking my client, did you notice any fraud happened on the company or by the company? And if the fraud was more than what? 1 crore, you must have reported, your auditor must have reported the fraud under section 143 subsection 12 in the format of what? 884. These 2 questions though you very well versed with. But what is the third one? Did you receive any whistleblowers complaint received by the company during the year? What is this whistleblower policy? Actually, how do companies come to know that some frauds are happening in their organization? via this policy. What is the name of the policy? Whistleblower. Whistleblower policy gives you the liberty to come directly to the chairman of audit committee. You can simply come and make a complaint to me. And after receiving your complaint, if I think that somebody has actually done the unethical activity, I may take the legal action against them without knowing them that you have made a complaint. It means your identity will be kept secret. उसे बोलते हैं whistleblower policy, blowing a whistle when some unethical practice is happening. So I'm just asking my client, did you receive any whistleblowers complaint during the year? Because then only you can detect the frauds and errors. Are you getting the point? So tell me the three things in my fraud reporting. Point number 1. Did you notice any fraud? Point number 2. Did you report any fraud under section 143 subsection 12 as per ADT 4? And did you receive any whistleblower policy complaint? Did you get the point? Total how many clauses? 11. Let's do the word 12. Which company? Section number 406. Anybody can tell me what is Nidhi company basically do? Accepting deposits from its members and lending the money also to its what? Members. So how much Nidhi company can accept from its members? 1:20. What does that mean? Your own funds, if 1, then your deposits from the members shall not be more than what? 20 times of your what? Own funds. So read the point number 1. Nidhi company shall accept the deposits not more than 20 times of its own funds. Its ratio shall not be more than 1:20. I'm Nidhi company, 10 crores is my capital. I'm Nidhi company, 10 crore is my capital. How much deposits I can accept from my members? Maximum 200 crore. Point number 1. Point number 2. Nidhi company को एक obligation है. What is the obligation? They always have to maintain 10% liquid assets at any point of time. Which assets? Liquid. What do you mean by that? What if the deposit holder will come to me suddenly one day and he or she is asking their money back? Will I tell them, no, wait for 3 years, come back after 3 years, I'll pay you the money? Can you go and break your FD with the bank? Even though they will deduct some charges, little bit foreclosure charges, but will they repay your money on the spot or not? Same thing, I also have to oblige my deposit holders. For that, at any point of time, I should have how much of my liquid assets? 10%. In the form of what? Unencumbered term deposits. So that easily convertible into cash. And last but not the least, as a Nidhi company, if you have done any default in repayment of deposits, what is the payment of interest on it? Did you do any repayment of default in repayment of deposit, and what is the payment of interest on it? What do you mean by default interest? Which you paid when you were repaying them, or which is getting due just because you are not repaying them? Which is becoming due after non-payment. So that is what you mean by payment of interest on it. How much interest you have paid just because you did not refund their money back. Total how many clauses? 12. Tell me 12 to 1. अभी तो मजा आएगा. Till the time we'll reach to 21 na, then you will understand what was the purpose of telling you all this again and again. What is 12 to 1? Nidhi, application, Nidhi, fraud reporting, application, default in repayment of borrowings, unrecorded incomes, then statutory dues, deposits, cost records, deposit, compliance of 185, 186, related party loans, inventory, PP. What is 12? Nidhi. Actually, 12 was managerial remuneration in 2016. That has been removed. This is what I was telling you. Is 7 clauses has been added, 2 has been removed. Among those 2 which is removed, one is called what? And let me tell you one thing, 14 also has been removed and it is added in 10. Are you able to see in the 10 application of funds, I use this word private placement of securities? This used to be our 14th clause earlier. How many? Caro 26. That has been removed from 14 and merged with what? 10. So that's how 2 clauses got removed. And so far 2 clauses have been added up to 14. 8 we already know. What is the 8th one we added? Unrecorded. And now we are going to reach to the 14th after doing 13. What is the 13? अब देखो 3 क्या था? 13 क्या है? So 3 what was 3 then? Loans. This is transaction. That was loan. Again this is? That was? Again this is what? And that was what? And this is what? transaction. दोनों में difference है. There you are giving the loan to the related party. Here you are doing the transactions with your what? Related party. Sale and purchase. Leasing. Buying the property. Selling the property. Other people को छोड़ के you are selling it to your which party? All comes to one conclusion. Did you take audit committee ka permission or not? Remember, learn it like this. Do you remember this section for related party transaction? 188. If you want to do 188, you have to take the prior permission of 177. Simple. If you want to do 188, you have to take the prior permission of what? 177. That is what I'm asking. Show me the audit committee ka resolution. If they have given the resolution, I'm very well allowing you. I'm nobody to stop, but I will see that yes, you have done the compliance of 177. But suppose you don't have the omnibus approval of the audit committee, but you are still doing what? Related party transaction. So boss, you are violating 177 as well as what? 188. Then there is a problem. This is a negative remark. And I don't have any problem in you doing the related party transaction till the time it is being carried out at which price? Arm's length price. And if you are doing it, to do one thing, na, give the 5 disclosures in the notes to accounts. What are the 5 disclosures? Name of the related party, nature of relationship with the related party, nature of transaction, amount of transaction, frequency of transaction. Tell me the 5 disclosures. Name, relationship, nature of transaction, amount of transaction, frequency. Now, Reliance is doing sale with the Geo. So what Reliance will show in its notes to accounts? Point number 1, Geo Communications. Point number 2, it's my subsidiary. Point number 3, sale. Point number 4, 600 crores. Point number 5, 7 times in a year. Did you understand the meaning now? So name of the party, nature of relationship, nature of the transaction, amount of transaction, and what? Frequency of transaction. Is it clear to all of you? This is what do you mean by clause number what? 13. Related party transaction. So how we learned it? If you want to do 188, you have to take the prior permission of what? But there is one word. What is this? One approval for 1 year. One approval for audit committee says that don't come to me again and again. Boss, I'm busy. So come to me once in a year. I'll give you omnibus approval. One big approval. Within that approval, do as many transactions you want. Come back to me, but it should be less than the transaction limit which is set up by the audit committee. Is it clear? That we'll understand in LODR topic. Okay? Now, next point, clause number what? 14. Again, what is written? New clause. What did I tell you? What was there on 14? Private placement. Cancelled. Merged where? 10. And 14 place was empty. So they inserted internal audit system. Which system? Internal. So what is the 2 new clauses we have done so far? 8 and 14. What is 8? Unrecorded. What is 14? Internal. Internal audit में 2 things. Please tell me who is the higher person, who is the lower person, external, internal. External. Who uses whose work? I pen the clause. Point number 1. What I am asking my client? Do you have installed or did you install adequate internal audit system as per its? And you will tell me as per section number 138, if my any of the 4 conditions are satisfied, I have to have a which system? Internal. Please tell me what are the 4 conditions morning we have done? Public deposit 25 crores or more, paid up share capital 50 crores or more, outstanding borrowings 100 crores or more, turnover. And what if I'm a private company? Are CARO is not applicable. Private company mein CARO is not applicable if all the 4 conditions are satisfied. Am I correct or not? And plus, what is the second question I am asking? Whether the reports of which auditor are considered by your statutory. If I have considered the internal auditor's report, I will write yes, I have considered. This is a portion of the amount I have considered. Basically 610. Using the work of which auditor? Internal auditor. Is it clear? So tell me, what are the 2 questions in case of internal audit? Do you have proper installation of internal audit system in your company commensurating with the size and nature? Second, are your internal auditor reports considered by which auditor? Statutory. So we know the heading also, now we know the inside content also, and we are done with 2/3 of the CARO. How much CARO we are done with? 2/3. Please tell me 1 to 40. PP, inventory, related party loans, 185, 186, deposits, cost records, and statutory dues, unrecorded income, then repayment of borrowings, application of funds, fraud reporting, Nidhi company, then related party transaction, and now clause number 15, which transaction? Non-cash transactions with director. If the company does any non-cash transaction with the director or director does any non-cash transaction with the company, you have to do the compliance of section number 192. If you are not doing the compliance of section number 192, auditor is going to report. Even if you are doing, then also the auditor will report. But this clause will come only when company is doing or director is doing which transaction? Non-cash transactions with each other. It's a two-way section. Company doing it with director or director selling or doing something with what? Company. But what must be the nature of transaction? Non-cash transaction. And what is the compliance of section number 192? Then it has to be reported under clause number 15. Is it clear to all of you? Now, there is one ABC Limited company which has not paid 20,000 rupees of its municipal taxes, and the auditor is going to report under dash. Which dues? Statutory due. And there is a company which has sold 600 crores worth of items to its associate without taking audit committee's permission. तो ये लोन में आएगा, ट्रांजैक्शन में आएगा. And there is a company which has given a loan to its related party without understanding or without determining the terms of its repayment. Clause number 3. Full क्या लिखा हुआ? What is a full? Clause 3, para 3 of CARO 2020 specified under section 143 subsection 11. First write provision, then facts, and then what? Conclusion. Is it clear? Up to 15 clauses, koi doubt? No. Let's do the 16 and our CARO 16 will be over. Then we'll be left with only 5 new clauses. Am I correct? What is 16 clause? NBFC. 16 clause relating to what? NBFC. Now listen to this point very carefully. बहुत simple clause है. Please tell me, can you start doing a business of any company without incorporating a company? Or you have to incorporate? Same way. If you want to do NBFC business, you have to first apply the registration with RBI under this section. What is the section number? 45 IA. I am asking this. Did you apply your registration under 45 IA or not? They said applied. Question number 2. Did you get COR? What is COR? Certificate of, because without getting the certificate of registration, and NBFC can't do its what? Financing activity. This is my question number 2. Question number 3. Now listen. Are you CIC NBFC? What is my question to? Core investment company. Non-systematically important. Are you CIC NBFC? What do you mean by CIC? Core investment. But what makes you core? If 90% of your total assets, how much minimum? 90% of your total assets are in the form of investments. That makes you CIC NBFC. Total of my assets are 1000 crores. What is the total of my assets? Please tell me what is the 90% of that. So on the asset side, total is 1000, and out of which investments are what? 910 crores. Please tell me, is it more than 90% of the total or not? I am CIC NBFC. I am a which NBFC? CIC. उसे बोलते core investment company NBFC. So I asked my question, कि are you a CIC NBFC? They said yes. Then second question, are you maintaining the criteria every time or not? Because not even a single day you can go below what? 90%. Then he told me, no, boss, I am unregistered one and exempted one. मैंने कहा कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. RBI says that either you are unregistered CIC NBFC or you are what? Exempted CIC. You always continue to fulfill this what? Criteria. मतलब any exemption or no exemption? No exemption. How much is the criteria? 90%. Is it clear? Then my fourth question. How many of you are in the group of NBFC? He said that we are 14 NBFCs in the group. Please tell me, do you have more than one CIC NBFC in your group or not? What is the fourth question? Do you have more than? If yes, tell me the numbers. Suppose he said we are 6 out of 14 who are CIC NBFCs. So 6 is my answer. Did you get the point? Tell me the 4 questions I asked. Did you apply for registration? Did you get your certificate of registration? Third, are you CIC And are you still continue to fulfill the criteria of what? CIC. They said I am exempted, unregistered. Does that matter or does not matter? You still have to continue. Next, out of your total group, is there any more than one CIC NBFC? If yes, tell me the number. That brings an end to your 16 clauses relating to CARO 2020, which was 16 as it is there in your CARO 2016. Now 2 has been eliminated, 2 has been added so far. Are you getting the point? And so many changes I already shown you in so many clauses have come. What 2 have been eliminated? Managerial remuneration gone, and second, private placement merged with what? 10. And 2 places ki jagah pe what came? Internal audit system came in 14 and unrecorded income came in 8. Now the next 5 clauses all are what? New clauses under CARO 2020. All 5 are new and very simple clauses. Point number 1, please. Cash losses. I'm asking my client, did you incur cash losses? He said yes. मैंने कहा this year? He said yes. मैंने कहा last year? He said yes. I don't have to ask for the third year. Only 2 years. Current year and last year. And if he said yes, tell me the amount. Tell me the question. Did you incur any cash losses in the current year and previous year? If yes, what is the amount? Which clause is over? 17. What is 18? Resignation of the which year auditor? How many of you know clause number 8 of part 1 of schedule 1? 811. What is that, sir? First of all, what is part 1? Professional misconduct in relating to members in service or members in practice. And what is schedule 1? Where the complaints goes to BOD, Board of Discipline. And what is 8th? Accepting the assignment of audit without communicating with which auditor? That is same here. We are simply saying that, asking my client, is any of the previous year auditor has resigned from your company or not? If he said yes, then I will ask him the second question, whether your incoming auditor communicated with which auditor? Previous year auditor, and understood his issues, concerns and objections before saying yes or no. Always remember, whenever you appoint yourself as an auditor in an organization where someone else was there, it is a courtesy that the new auditor should always communicate with what? Old auditor. That is called NOC. You have to take the NOC from the which auditor? Previous auditor in writing. But within a reasonable time, if he is not sending you the NOC or his what? Objections, you can continue. 7-8 days is called the reasonable time. Same clause we have that in 811. Are you getting the point? So this is the same clause, put it in the CARO form. What is the point number 1? Read this point. Whether any statutory auditor resigned during the year. What is the clause number 2 under this? Whether the incoming auditor considered what? Issues, concerns and objection. Now let me ask you one thing, how they may ask you this question. Last year auditor resigned because his audit fees was not paid. And current year auditor accepted the appointment. Is he guilty or not guilty? Last year auditor's statutory audit fees was not paid. That's why he resigned after fighting with the management. Management appointed you as a new auditor. You accepted it. You communicated it also. He told you your objection also. Still you accepted it. Are you guilty or not guilty? दो ही तो आंसर है, guilty, not guilty. Answer is guilty. There are certain areas under which you should not accept. One of that area, when the statutory audit fees is not paid. Because what can happen with them can happen with you. We don't want to surface the same provision again. Did you get the point? Achha, now, last year auditor was told by the management to compromise a little bit of what? Statutory audit fees, which he did not like, and he resigned. Because company was declared as a sick unit under IBC. Now you knew this, but you still accepted it. Now you are guilty or not guilty? Why you are not guilty now? Because that is your wish. You were little bit more flexible when it comes to what? Audit fee. You thought that if today I'll accept at lower price, tomorrow they will not at least remove me. In future, there will be a mutual consent. Ki I helped you when you were going through the rough patches. Now you help me when I am in need of it. Am I correct or not? And thinking about the lower audit fees is personal decision of the incoming auditor. In that case, you cannot say that incoming auditor is guilty. He is not guilty. Third, he resigned without complying with section number 140. Do you remember morning we have done 140? When you resign, what you need to give? Within form number ADT3. He did not do that. Incoming auditor knew that. What is your answer? And he still accepted it. Now, first of all, tell me, are you guilty under 8 or guilty number under 9? Did you understand? Previous, chalo, let me mold this question. Previous auditor was removed without giving opportunity of being heard. And without giving any copy of special notice. Without any circulation, without any invitation. And you knew it. You communicated. He told you his concerns, issues also. Why he resigned. You accepted it. Now you're guilty or not guilty? Guilty. So whenever 139 and 140 is not properly complied, specifically this section, so you will write 9 first and then 8. Remember, you will write 9 first and then 8. If it is other than this, any other area, then you will write what? 8. So these are the some of the things you need to learn in professional analysis. Anyways, tomorrow's day is fully dedicated to that 20 marks portion, including peer review and quality review. Is it clear to all of you? यहाँ तक समझ में आया? Clause number 18. Tell me 18 to 1 then. Good for you. So let me ask you jumbled. Should I ask you? 14. Kapani amma. 14. Internal audit system. 7. 15. Non-cash transactions with the director. 16. 2. Then what is 12? Nidhi company. Nidhi company, right? 8. So what is 18? Resignation by the previous year auditor. What is 17? What is 7? What is 6? 16. NBFC. 11. Then 10. 9. Default in repayment of borrowings. Then 6. Cost record. Then 12. Then 13. So what was 3 then? 3. Related party loans. 13. Related party transaction. Now clause number 19. What is that? Ability to meet liabilities. This is also known as solvency clause. After this, I'll give you the break. What do you mean by solvency clause, please? Please tell me. What do you understand by solvency clause? It means you will go to your client and you will do these 6 things. What are the 6 things? You will calculate some financial ratios. You will do and check some aging of his asset, expected dates of what? Realization of fixed assets, payment of what? Liabilities. You will understand their with statement, financial statement, and you will obtain and sit with the board of directors ki what are your future plans. So why we are doing these 6 things with the company? We are doing these 6 things with the company so that we can actually analyze the company's abilities to pay its what? Liabilities. कि क्या company solvent है or insolvent. Once you will do all these 6 things, you have to give one declaration under this para. What is the declaration? Read this declaration. Auditor is having an opinion that there is no material uncertainty that company is capable of meeting its liabilities on balance sheet date as and when they fall due within the 1 year from the date of what? Balance sheet. Not only today your client is capable of, in the future 1 year also he is capable of meeting all his what? Liabilities. But if I'll remove this word called no, what is the answer now? There is a what? Material error. It means we are giving negative remark. But this you can only give after doing these 6 things. If you are not doing these 6 things, you can't give any opinion on the solvency of your client. This is called ability to pay what? Liabilities. Did you get the point? Are you understanding? Right? So how many clauses are over? 19. Now let's do the 20th clause. What is CSR? And you already have an idea. There are 2 situations. Anybody in the class can tell me what do you mean by ongoing project And what do you mean by non-ongoing project? See, ongoing project is a project which takes more than what? 1 year to the max. More than what? 1 year to the max what? 3 years. Sometimes it may, in an exceptional situation, it may take more than what? 3 years. Ongoing means what? Project is completed or not yet completed. And what do you mean by non-ongoing project? Project started and completed within a year. Project started and completed within a year. Now I'm going to give you the meaning of this now. Now say for example, Reliance Industries Limited, one company is there. They have kept 1140 crore rupees to be spent under the head called what? CSR. In a year, they have to spend 1140 crores. There are two scenarios. Listen to this. Suppose Reliance has taken up one project which will be completed in 1 year. Are you getting the point? So that is called ongoing or non-ongoing? Non-ongoing project. Is it clear? Okay. Now Reliance thought that 1140 crore is required. Now while spending the money, they were able to complete the project in how many crores? 980 crores. How much they saved? 160 crores they saved. But can Reliance take this money back to its profits? Or it is your obligation? Obligation. So government also says the same thing. Government says that don't do one thing. Within 6 months from the end of financial year, please transfer this fund to which fund? CSR fund under schedule number 7. What is the schedule number? 7. So there is one CSR fund made by the government under schedule number 7. If any company has started spending the CSR money on a non-ongoing project which can be completed during 1 year, and if they save some money during that, company is not allowed to take what? Back. They have to transfer it to CSR fund within how many months? 6 months from the end of the financial year. It means by 30th September 2023, this money shall be transferred to CSR fund. Am I clear? Now question arises कि now they are spending this 140 crores on an ongoing project. Which project? Ongoing. Ongoing project means if the money is not spent in 1 year, will be used in what? Next year. If not in second year, will be used in what? So suppose, say for example, in the first year, they spent 980 crores again. How much they were unable to spend? I'm not saying how much they have saved now. Did you understand my language? Earlier I said how much they saved. I'm saying how much they were unable to spend. 160 crores. What they will do? Within 30 days from the end of what? Financial year. They have to transfer it to one bank account, unspent CSR account. What is the name of the account now? Did you understand the difference? First of all, tell me the first difference you found. Non-ongoing project, ongoing project. Here you saved, here it was unspent. Here you saved and transferred to which fund? CSR fund within, from the end of the, but you are taking how much time there? 30 days from the end of the financial year. Are you transferring to CSR fund? Unspent CSR account, which you will utilize when? Next year. Along with the next year ka 1 crore, 1000 crore ka obligation, you will use this money also. Did you get the point? This is what the auditor has to check in the clause number 20. Ardhamainda? 100%. So 20 mein what two things we are checking? Ongoing, non-ongoing. Saved, transfer within 6 months to CSR fund. Unspent, transfer within 30 days of the end of the financial year to the unspent. This is what the regulation we have to check. And make sure that this money you are transferred to unspent CSR account must be used in the next what? 3 years. You only have that much of time. Is it clear to all of you? Any person having any doubt, please ask me right now. Because when you see the language na, which is written in the material, it will be like little bit out of the box. This is the actual meaning of that language. This is the interpretation of that language. Anybody having any doubt? Did you get the point? 100%. Shall we move to the clause number 21? What is clause number 21? Qualification and adverse remarks in Caro of which companies? Group company. Question number 1. Is Caro applicable on CFS? Consolidated financial statements. देखो, I'm Reliance. I have 400 subsidiaries under me. So do I have to make a CFS also? So I have my standalone financials also. I have consolidated financials also. On which Caro is applicable? Standalone. Caro is never applicable on what? Consolidate. Then sir, why the hell this clause has come? In this clause, Reliance ka auditor is asking all the 400 component auditors, did your auditor have given any negative remarks in their Caro report? If yes, tell me the name of that company and the para in which they have given any negative mark, clause under which they have given the negative mark. Say for example, Geo auditor called the parent auditor. Sir, in my report, I have given a what? Negative remark in clause number 17. In clause number what? 17. Which is 17? Cash losses. So I will say, I will write Reliance Geo Communications Limited and clause number 17. Are you getting the one? Of its Caro report. Simple. It is not applicable on CFS, but in the CFS, you have to take this information actually. So who is asking this information? Parent auditor. Who is asking? From its component auditors. Did you give any qualified or adverse or modified remarks on your own Caro reports? If yes, tell me the name of that company and the clause under which you have given any negative marks. So if they will ask you, is Caro applicable on CFS? Your answer would be no. But is there any CFS clause in the Caro? Answer is yes. Clause number 21. 100%. With clarity, without any problem, without any objection. 1 to 21. Tell me. अब मजा आएगा. PPE, inventory, loans to related parties, compliance of 185, 186. Then deposits, then cost records, then statutory dues, then unrecorded income, then repayment, default in the repayment of borrowings, application of funds, fraud reporting, Nidhi company, related party transactions, internal audit system, non-cash transactions, NBFC, cash losses, statutory auditor giving resignation, and ability to pay your liabilities, CSR, and any adverse qualified modified remarks given in the CFS of a group company. Is it clear? What is 16? 2. 19. Ability to pay its liability. Solvency clause, basically. 17. 2. 7. 14. Internal audit system. 13. 2. Akka. Okay. Now, please tell me what are the things we are asking in NBFC. Are you registered NBFC? Did you obtain COR? Are you CIC NBFC? Are you maintaining the criteria? And in your group, is there any more than one word? CSR. What are the 6 things I'm asking in default in the repayment of borrowings? If you have defaulted, give me the lender-wise details. Are you a willful defaulter? Taken the loan, used it for other purpose. Short term is using for long term. Taken a loan but for the obligation of your components. And taken a loan where you pledged your component security. Tell me what is the thing I'm asking in third clause. 6 clauses. Out of your total loans, how many are unrelated and how many are related? Terms and condition. More than 90 days overdue, whether recovery measures taken or not. Payments are coming on time or not. Any existing repayment of any existing related party loan came to you for fresh, extension and renewal. And last one, any other loans where there is no repayment terms or there is no repayable on demand. Am I clear? What was there under clause number 13? If you want to do 188, prior permission of 177. Right or not? What was our point of concern in clause number 17? Cash losses. Current year and previous year amount involved. Are you getting that? And what was our concern in 20? CSR. We have to see whether it is ongoing project or if it is non-ongoing project and you saved some money, you should have transferred it to CSR fund within 6 months from the end of the financial year. But if it is an ongoing project and you unspent some money, that you have to transfer to unspent CSR account within 30 days from the end of the financial year. 100% clarity. So para 1, para 2, para 3 is over. Now finally let's wind up with the para number 4, that is called audit reporting. Only 3 points are there. Read the point number 1. It is mandatory to report on every matter whether it is positive or what? Negative. I already told you, you have to speak up. Karo's 16 May it was not there. 16 May they were saying that where you think that you are giving positive, leave it as it is, but where you think that negative, give the negative remarks. But here are you saying positive or negative? You have to give a remark. Point number 1. Point number 2, if you are giving the negative remarks, you know our duty number 143 subsection 4. If you give negative remarks, what is your duty? You have to specify the reasons. So wherever you are giving the negative remarks, please specify the word reasons for the same. Reasons are what? Must. And third one, if say for example you are asking the information but they are not providing, what do we do in that case? Disclaimer. We give a which report? Disclaimer. What do you mean by disclaimer of opinion? Able to or unable to? So what are the two things you have to do in that case? He shall indicate the fact that I am unable to express an opinion on this particular clause and along with reasons why it was not possible to express. तो मैं इसके reason भी देने पड़ेंगे. तो let it be negative remark you are giving or let it be no remarks you are giving. You have to give what? Reasons कि why you are not giving the remarks and why you are giving negative. Positive में reasons are not required. So either you are giving qualified, adverse or disclaimer. You have to give the reasons. So that brings an end to your which audit everyone? Company audit full-fledged along with the audit reporting a major part that is called CARO 2020. If you found any difficulty, let me know. सबको समझ में आया? Everything understood? 100% went inside your head? So last time before leaving, अभी 2 minutes है. 21 to 1. उल्टा. I already told you by the time you will leave, you will have these clauses in your head. 21 to 1, please. Qualified adverse or modified remarks in any of the company in the group companies. CSR. Ability to pay its liability. As and when I'll take you up now, you will getting more confident and your speed will also increase. What is 18? 17? 16? 15? Non-cash. 14? Internal audit. 13? Related party transaction. 12? Nidhi. 11? Fraud reporting. 10? Application. 9? Default. 8? Unrecorded. Then 7. And what is 6? Then 5? 4? 3? 2? 1. Now I think I have saved your half mark at least by doing this practice. Am I correct or not? Plus the clause will come that will make your answer in not only in better in terms of expression as well as in getting the better marks as well. Okay? Take a break. Now please tell me, do you want half an hour break in one time? You need 15 minutes in two times because we still have 3.5 hours to take care of. 15 minutes. Now take a 15 minutes of break. After that I'll give you a game. Go ahead. Tomorrow you know the time. We are meeting at what? 8. ठीक है? आ जाओ 5:15 तक आ जाओ वापस प्लीज. I hope you are finding it good. सब कुछ is going inside your head. Everything? Okay. I'll share my Google Pay number. You can Google Pay it later on. No problem. What is this? एक मेरे को भी दो. Amendments का. Okay. Hello. Okay.
హలో వస్తాను సార్.
Okay, just switch on that. Working, huh? Okay. ये screen को एक zoom करना. Zoom the screen by 1 point. Bas. That's it. Okay. So everyone, we are done with the Caro reporting, right? So let us finish off the audit reporting topic itself only with the 700 series. Very small standards are there. Like total we have 6 standards on auditing in the 700 series. What are the 6 standards on auditing? We have 700, 701, 705, 706, 710 and 720. Both easy standards are. Let us start with the first one. What is the first one, everyone? Forming an opinion and reporting on what? Financial statements. What is the meaning of this standard? See, the objective of this standard is lying in its name only. You can see that what is the first word? Forming an opinion. What is the second one? Reporting on financial statements. Now see, this standard will teach you how the auditor forms an opinion and how does he report in the form of what? On the financial statement. My simple 2 questions to you are, how do you express an opinion? I'm not asking what are the types of opinion. Understand my question? How do you express an opinion? How do you express an opinion? You express an opinion on the basis of what? Conclusions. And you draw the conclusions on the basis of SAAE. What is that? Sufficient and appropriate audit evidence, quantity wise as well as quality wise. Sufficiency means quantity and appropriateness means what? Quality. So if you have an evidence in your pocket, you will be able to draw what? Conclusion. And if you have been able to draw the conclusions, you will be able to form an opinion. Objective number 1. Second thing is, I know my opinion now, but how should I express my opinion? In the oral form or in the written form? That is called reporting. Are you getting it? To express an opinion in the form of which report? Written report. Either you can issue a physical written report or you can issue what? Electronic. So nowadays we can give the physical audit report also to our client as well as what? Electronic audit report to our client. Now merge these 2 points together and tell me the name of the standard. Forming an opinion and reporting on finance. How do you form an opinion? On the basis of conclusion. How do you express a conclusion? On the basis of evidences. Now please tell me, how do you express your opinion in oral or in written? Written. In the form of what? Report. It can be physical report or it can be electronic report. Is it clear to all of you? Next point, when we talk about the types of opinion, there are total 4 types of opinion. How many types of opinion? 4 types of opinion. Hello. Okay. Hello. Hello. Okay. So what are the 4 types of opinion we have every? Acha, ye batao, how many types of reports we have? Reports are always how many types? 2 types. Opinions are what? 4 types. So what are the 2 types of reports we have? Unmodified report and modified. Clean opinion is known as what? Unmodified. Qualified adverse disclaimer is known as? Can you please tell me what is the language we write in our auditor's report when we are expressing unmodified opinion? This is the language we write when we write the word unmodified opinion. See, in the standards, the most important thing which keeps you away from liking the standard and which can push you towards liking the standards is one thing, that is understanding the words what they are trying to tell. The moment you will catch the intention of the lawmaker, what he's trying to tell in the standards, I can guarantee you, you will start falling in love with the standards, which is not the criteria of majority of the students. Majority of the student get scared from what? Standards. The reason being very simple. First of all, you think about numbers. 335 in number, so how I will be able to retain that? And that too, you think that standards and the chapters are different. No, actually after getting qualified, the things which are going to help you the most is the understanding of what? Standards rather than chapters. If you cut here instead of blood, what should come? Standards. Are you understanding the point? Right or not? You should donate the standards to each other. Am I correct? This is how the thing should be after the getting qualified. Now let me give you a very clear indication. Read the point what is written. We are talking about the which opinion? Unmodified. Read what is written. When auditor what? Concludes. It means you can only conclude when you have what in your pocket? It means you have what? Evidence. What the auditor concludes that financial statements are free from what? MM. What is MM? Material misstatement. It means I am saying that there are no frauds and there are no errors. How I am saying this? Because I have verified all these 5 things. What are the 5 things I verified? Financial statements are prepared as per what? AFRF. What is AFRF? Applicable Financial Reporting Framework. Whatever the sufficient and appropriate audit evidence I was asking, I have been obtaining it. Next one, laws and regulations are what? Complied. Accounting policies are consistently followed. And if there are any changes that are properly what? Disclosed, and gap and AS are being properly followed. Generally, what do we do in the auditing is this only. If you're getting all the positive reply to all these 5 areas, do I have anything negative to talk about my client? No. So that's why what I'm concluding that financial statements are not free from or are free from material misstatement due to, tell me 5 reasons. What are the 5 reasons? Due to what? Financial statements are as per AFRF. Laws and regulations are complied or not complied? Complied. Accounting policies are disclosed. Gaps and AS are being followed. That is the reason what I'm saying. Everything is true and fair. Clear now? Is there any breaking in the voice? Everything is fine, right? Now, this is the reason we give a which opinion? Unmodified. Now, let's come to the another report. What is another report? Now, modified report, there are 2 circumstances. Please tell me what is again the auditor is doing what? Concludes. It means he has what? Evidence. Now, when I have an evidence, but I want to talk about negative, I have only 2 options. Either qualified or what? Adverse. Please tell me why not disclaimer? You give disclaimer when you have an evidence or no evidence. So, when I'm using the word called what? Conclude. Can you read the whole sentence? What is written? When the auditor concludes that financial statements are not free from material misstatement. Matlab, I can't give the modified opinion. I have to give what? Modified. But in the modified, there are what? 3. Out of those 3, which 2? Qualified or adverse. On the basis of what? It means I can give either qualified or what? Adverse. Can you please tell me when qualified, when adverse? When that material misstatement is affecting your financial statement materiality wise as well as pervasive wise. What is the word used? Pervasive. If it is both, it means I will give what? Adverse. If it is only material but not what? Pervasive. I will not explain you the meaning right now. We will be waiting for 7 or 5 to come. But I'm telling you, if it is M but not P, you will end up giving what? Qualified. But if it is M as well as what? P, you will end up giving what? Adverse. Are you getting it? Now, can you compare the language of this sentence with this sentence? Here, the auditor is able to or unable to? Why you are unable to? You don't have sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. It means either you will end up giving what? Qualified, or you will end up giving what? Disclaimer. So what is the option here? Here option is Q and A, and here the option is Q and D. But please tell me what should be the language I will write when I'm giving the qualified opinion due to non-availability of audit evidence. Should I write I'm able to conclude or unable to conclude? There is MM in the financial statement, or there is a possibility of MM in the financial statement. Possibility. What is the word I'm using? Why I'm using the word possibility instead of is? Am I certain or uncertain? Uncertain. Why I am uncertain? I don't have an evidence. Are you getting the point? So there is a possibility of material misstatement in financial statement, which is or which could be material but not pervasive. So I will end up giving what? Qualified. Which could be material as well as pervasive. I will end up giving what? Disclaimer. Dekho, remember, the whole game in our audit report is based upon 2 words. Material, pervasiveness. What do you mean by material? Something which affects the decision making of users of financial statement. Repeat after me. Something which affects decision making of users of financial. Let me give you one simple example. 5,000 crores worth of company you are doing the audit for. This is the turnover of the company. You found a 2 lakh rupees of cash fraud happened in the company. Please tell me, is this MM? fraud is fraud. Is there a fraud? Yes. Is it so huge fraud that auditor is getting affected? Or it is not that huge? It means this fraud is material but not pervasive. It means, what did you understand by the word called pervasive? Pervasive means which does not affect whose judgment? Auditor's judgment. Users may come to know. Users would love to know that there's a fraud happened. But it is not that big fraud that it will affect my what? Pervasiveness. So I will end up giving a which one? Qualified. But 5,000 crores worth of company and there's a 2,200 crores worth of fraud. Now tell me, is this a material fraud as well as what? Is it a significant one? Yes. Is it something which definitely changes my opinion? Yes. So it is material as well as what? Pervasive. I will give what? Adverse, because I have an evidence. Did you get the point? The whole audit reporting series is based upon two words. What are the two words? Materiality, pervasiveness. Materiality from whose point of view? Users. Materiality from whose point of view? Users' point of view. Pervasiveness is not only from users' point of view, as well as what? Auditors. So where M does not meet with P, you will always find Q. Where M does not meet with P, you will always find Q. What is Q? Qualified. Where M meets with P, you will either find what? Adverse or what? Disclaimer. When adverse, you have evidence, and when disclaimer, you don't have an evidence. Simple. This is a complete game of 700 series. So tell me, what are the four types of opinion? Qualified, adverse, disclaimer. They all are known as modified opinions. And what is unmodified? Now, filling the blanks. Read these two sentences and please tell me where Q and D and where Q and A. Read the whole sentence, both the sentences. This one and this one. Where Q and A, where Q or D. Q and A is in the case of first one. Why Q and A is in the case of first one? You are able to what? Conclude because you have what in your pocket? Evidence. And where Q and D? Second one. Why? Because you are able to or unable to? Because you do not have what? Sufficient and appropriate. Right or not? This is what the SS 700 teaches us. When to express a qualified opinion, when to express adverse, when to express disclaimer, and when to express what? Unmodified. When you are neither able to see any material misstatement, nor there is a question of any pervasiveness, so neither it is M nor it is what? P. It means you end up giving a which opinion? Unmodified. Everything is super clean. AFRF, accounting standard, gap, everything they have followed. Schedule 3, everything, accounting policy, accounting estimates, books of accounts are reasonable. There is nothing negative you may think of that you may express an opinion upon. You will definitely give which opinion? Unmodified. Now the question arises how our report looks like. Elements you already know in the 700. Please tell me the elements of 700. Read the element number 1. Title. Please tell me the title of every auditor's report. Independent auditor's report. What is the next thing? Who is our addressee? Members of that company. Now my question is, sir, why we are doing this? ये तो हमने intermediate में भी किया था. In the CA final, they have started asking you to draft this paragraph. They started asking you to draft this paragraph because they want you to be an expert now in forming an opinion and expressing it. Are you getting the point? Can anybody in the class tell me how many paragraphs are there in opinion para? There are actual 2 paragraphs in opinion para. How many paragraphs? 2 paragraphs. Paragraph number 1, in which you tell everything about your client. Paragraph number 2, where you give your opinion. Repeating again, para number 1 talks about what? Client. Para number 2 talks about what? Opinion. How do we start opinion paragraph? Read the point number 1. We have audited. What is the point number 1? We have audited. Point number 2, you have to mention your auditee's name. Which name? Reliance Industries Limited. Point number 3, you have to mention the period of audit. 31st March 2023. Point number 4, name of the financial statements. What are the four thing? Tell me, what are the 5 financial statements you do the audit for? Balance sheet, P&L, cash flow statement, notes to accounts, statement of changes in equity. Point number 5, we are also attaching explanatory notes with the availability of accounting policies information. These 5 things must be there in your first paragraph. Which paragraph? First. After that, you write, in our opinion, as per the information and explanation obtained from the client, we express that everything is true and fair. Opinion paragraph never starts with the word called true and fair and not true and fair. It starts with the first thing called what? 5 things. What are the 5 things in first paragraph? We have audited, name of the client, name of the financial statement, year of the audit, and you have also attached explanatory notes. Again, repeat, what are the 5 things? We have audited. That is a declaration. Second, name of the client. Third, period of audit. Fourth, name of the financial statement. 5, attaching the explanatory information. And what is in the second paragraph comes? Now let me show you it practically also so that you will get an idea. One second. Let me show it practically as well. Now this is the Reliance audit report and you can see that. What is the first thing coming? What is this? Title. Are you able to see the addressee here? To the members of what? Reliance. What is the third thing? Opinion. Can you see that opinion paragraph is divided into 2 paras? Read the first paragraph. Let me show you what I was saying. How it is starting with. And are you able to see the name of the client? Are you able to see the period of audit? And what is this? P&L, balance sheet, cash flow statement, statement of changes. What is this? Name of the financial statement. And what is in the last? Including what? Summary of significant accounting policies and other explanatory information. This is the standard format. Now they have started asking you to draft this in the examination. And main opinion, you will find it in the second part. This is where you're finding the opinion. What is opinion they are giving? True and fair. What does that mean? They're giving modified or unmodified? Achha, let me ask you a very simple question. What you would have done if it is qualified opinion? Change the language if it is a qualified opinion. First paragraph will remain same. Second paragraph mein change will come. What you would write? In our opinion, and to the best of our information according to the explanation given to us, a first set standalone financial statement give the required Companies Act as amended by in the manner so required and give what? True and fair opinion except in the following matters. And those matters you will write it in this paragraph. What is this? Basis. So what you give the opinion, the reasons of that opinion, you always give in which paragraph? Basis. And they have started asking you drafting a basis paragraph also. Now, question is, sir, opinion paragraph I told you. What are the 5 things comes in opinion? We have audited, name of the client, period of audit, name of the financial statement and additional information relating to accounting policies and explanatory information. And next paragraph mein, we are giving Acha, please tell me how you will handle this if it is adverse opinion. So let's complete it everything here only. Please tell me, what would be your second paragraph if you are writing adverse opinion? It is neither true nor fair, subject to the or due to the following reasons which are specified in which para? Basis para. And what if it is disclaimer? We are unable to express an opinion because of the following reasons. Again, that is specified in basis. This is how your language should be. Did you get the point? The purpose of making you read the 700 is not to make you ready just for your examinations. You should also know that what actually we do into. Are you getting the point or not? Now, let me give you the answer for the fourth para. What is the fourth para? Basis. In the basis paragraph, these are the 4 things you mandatorily have to tell. Point number 1. I have done my audit by following standards on auditing. What is the declaration number 1? I have done my audit by following standards on audit. I have followed ethical requirements and code of ethics issued by ICAI. Third thing, I am expressing this opinion by obtaining SAAE, sufficient and approved. And if you are really interested in knowing my auditor's responsibility, that is given separately below. Now, I'll show you where we write all those things. Read this point. In accordance with what? And what is the next thing I told you? If you are interested in my which paragraph? Auditor's responsibility. That is separately given below. Next point, I have followed the code of ethics and ethical requirements issued by our institute, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. And moreover, I am giving this opinion because we have obtained what? Sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. Did you get the point? These four things must be mentioned in your basis paragraph. This is what these two paragraphs they have started asking you in the examination. That's why I have taken you to the practical report so that you will get an idea. Please tell me, did you understand the four things in opinion? Five things in opinion and four things were in basis. Tell me the four things in basis paragraph. They may ask you, what are the components of basis paragraph? What you will write? Point number one, you have done your audit in accordance with essays. You followed code of ethics and ethical requirements issued by ICE. Third, you are making this opinion on the basis of SAAE. And fourth point, you want to check my responsibilities? The boss that is given separately below, go there and check it. So tell me, what are the four elements of the audit report we are done with? Title, addressee, opinion, basis. After the basis, what comes? EMP. What is EMP, everyone? Emphasis matters paragraph. For that, you need to wait, we'll reach to 706. After the basis paragraph, then EMP paragraph. What is the next para? CAM. What is CAM? For that, you need to wait in what? 701. वो अपन अभी discuss करेंगे. Tell me the 6 elements now. Title, addressee, opinion, basis, EMP, CAM, and next automatically comes OMP. What is OMP? Others matter. For that also we'll discuss in 706. What comes after that? KMP, KM, AM, key audit matter is your largest para in the auditor's report. If your report is having 10 pages, minimum 6 to 7 pages are comprised by what? CAM. Practically telling you. Actually, your report is hardly 2 to 3 pages. But due to the introduction of 701, your report size has grown to the larger size. Because 70% of your report constitutes which para? आप Reliance के देख लो. See, CAM starts from here. This is also CAM. This is also scam or scam nahi, CAM. This is also CAM. This page also CAM. And finally, you will find which paragraph? MRP. What is MRP, everyone? Management responsibility para. Achha, my question is, in my report, why I am giving my responsibility para, auditor's responsibility para and management responsibility paragraphs? What is the reason of giving these two paragraphs in my report? Why should I? Because users are confused. They do not have the knowledge ki what is my responsibility and what is what? Auditors. Let me ask you, you tell me. Let me see whether you have the knowledge or not. Internal control system maintenance is whose responsibility? But checking it? Auditor. Standards on auditing? Auditor. Accounting standards? Collection of evidence. But providing it? Management. Am I correct? Gap is whose responsibility? Accounting estimate, whose responsibility? Sampling is whose responsibility? Auditor. So you know, but normal shareholder has a commerce background or he does not have? He does not know, na. He too is under the impression that auditor is the one who prepares and presents financial statement also. Who will tell them that ki preparation and presentation is management responsibility? Auditor. That's why there comes the need of which para? Management responsibility para. There comes the need of what? Auditor's responsibility para. So please tell me the elements of audit report first. Title, addressee, opinion, basis, EMP, CAM, OMP. After that, MRP, ARP. What is MRP? Management responsibility para. What is ARP? Auditor. There comes the next paragraph called what? OLRR. How many of you will tell me the J clauses if you can? Morning we have done 143 subsection 3 and you can see this given over here as well. Are you able to see this point? A to J, if you remember morning we have done. A, information and explanation. Are you able to see the same? B, are the proper books of accounts being maintained? All A to J copy pasted in OLRR. There we talk it 143 subsection 3. Here we call it as what? OLR. And do you remember J? J mein first 3 were what? Pending litigations. Second, provisions for derivative. And third, if there is any delay in transferring the funds toward IAPF. All the 3 points you will exactly as it is point to point you will see it over here. Can you see this point? Read this. Company has disclosed the impact of which limitation? Pending. And can you see this point now? Company has made the provision required under applicable law for all its which contracts, and there has been no delay in transferring the amount to the which fund? Investors. Same point. But why you are not able to see the remaining 3 points here? It is 2021 financial year का audit report. Right now, 2023 का financial year का audit report when we'll prepare, we'll add 3 more clauses here. What are the 3 more clauses you will be adding? Point number 1. We have received a representation. They have not given any loan, or they have not received any loan from the parties other than which are mentioned in what? Notes to account. And I have got an MRL on the both. So do I have any reason to doubt or no reason to doubt? Company has declared and paid its dividend as per section number 123. And if the company is using the accounting software, I have checked. There is a feature of what? Audit trail. But that is applicable from which financial year? First for 2020. It means that clause you will find it in the next year's audit report when 23-24 financial year will be over. Are you able to get the point? So tell me, after OLRR, what you will find? You will find the date and place. You can see what is the place of signing? Mumbai. And what is the date of signing? And last one is known as what? Signature. Can anybody tell me how many things comes in signature? 7. How many things comes under signature? 7. Tum log soch signature is 1 only. What are the 7 things comes? Anybody can tell without looking at the board. What you have read? First, firm's name. What is the first thing? Firm's name. Firm registration number. Signature. Name of the partner who is signing it. His designation in the firm. Membership number. UDIN. What are the 7 things comes under signature? Tell me again. Firm's name. Firm registration number. Signature. Name. Designation in the firm. Like suppose if I'm a designated partner of one LLP, so it will be written my signature, after that Rohit Grover, my name, after that designated partner, my membership number and my UDIN which I've generated while attesting this report. This is called SS 700 compilation. Please tell me, do you know all the elements now? Again, repeat. Title, addressee, opinion, basis. Acha, there is one paragraph called GC also. But that is optional. That is not mandatory. You will only talk about it when you have to say something negative about what? GC. If you have nothing to talk about GC, don't include that paragraph in your report. Okay. GC ignore karo. Next point. Base, after basis, EMP. After EMP, CAM. CAM ke baad OMP. Then MRP and then what? ARP. OLRR. Date, place, signature. Please tell me the 5 things which you have to include in opinion. We have audited. Name of the client, period of the audit, name of the financial statement, and disclosures what you are making along with the explanatory information. What are the 4 things which will come in your basis paragraph? I have done the audit in compliance of SAs. I have followed code of ethics and ethical requirements issued by ICAI. I am expressing this opinion on the basis of SAAE. You want to see my auditor's responsibility paragraph? So boss, it is given what? Below. You can see that this is the name of the paragraph, auditor's responsibility. Is it crystal clear to all of you? So that brings an end to over which standard? 700. Okay. Now moving back to next standard, whatever I told you, everything is written in the notes. This is opinion paragraph ka content. This is basis paragraph ka content. And this is GC paragraph which is optional. And this is the 7 things which includes in what? Signature. Practical approach, everything you have to need to do this only. The moment they will ask you this question, you just have to spit out the answer. That's it. What is the next one? 701. Can you read the name please? Achha, let me ask you practically. Anybody has prepared the financial audit report so far in your articleship? Not by copying and that is clerical work. I'm saying, did you prepare practically? Anybody? Okay. Can anybody tell me the relevance of CAM paragraph? What does the CAM paragraph includes? Don't tell me key audit matters. It is a full form. What does it include actually? Okay, if anybody has a bookish knowledge also, they can also tell me the definition of CAM. No problem. Let me pinpoint the things which you don't understand in standards. I will make you fall in love with the standards. I will teach you in such a manner. You will start understanding, okay, this is the reason we are doing this standard. Did you understand 700 ka meaning now? What was 700? Forming an opinion. This is how we form an opinion. And reporting on finance. This is how title wise we report it in the finance. Did you understand the meaning? What is the meaning of this standard? देखो बहुत सिंपल सी बात है. I had some issues, not negative issues. I needed some clarifications. I had a bunch of 40-50 doubts which I had. Who will clarify my doubt? I will go to TCWG. I will go where? TCW. Remember, management will never clarify those doubts in the auditor's judgment, which are called CAM. For the CAM, you always and always approach whom? TCWG. Those charged with governance. Point number one. You went to whom? TCWG. You discussed those 50 matters with whom? TCWG. TCWG gave the reply on all 50. Did you get the evidence? Yes. Did they give you the reply? Yes. Now, as an auditor, I have the 5 areas which I needed to address, and I have the 5 replies also. 50-50, sorry. Now, I can't just put it as it is in my audit report. I have to now do sampling of most significant matters out of these matters. Which matters? Most significant. Point number 2, most significant. Which in whose judgment? Auditor's judgment are relevant for whose understanding? User's understanding, relating to which year? Current year. This is called CAM. CAM refers to, repeat, CAM refers to matters which in auditor's judgment, matters which in auditor's judgment are of most significant, are of discussed with whom? TCWG, relevant for the better understanding of whom? Users of financials. Relating to which year? Current year. If you will be able to learn these 5 words, na, this is called CAM. CAM point number 1, discussed with whom? TCWG. In whose judgment? Auditor's judgment. Relating to which year? Current year. Significant or most significant? And for whose better understanding? User. If you will insert these 5 things in your answer, either in this way or that way, this is called the definition of CAM. Did you get the point? Up repeat, what is CAM? Refers to those matters which in auditor's judgment relevant for current year, discussed with whom? TCWG, are of which nature? Most significant nature for the better understanding of users of financial statement. This is called CAM. Did you get the point? Now, if I have to show you what the Reliance auditors have done. So, Reliance auditors took this matter. Are you able to see this matter? Litigation wala. This is a CAM matter. This they took with whom? TCW. Are you seeing the opposite side? This is the reply given by whom? TCWG. Are you getting the point? And obviously, if I can get this doubt, don't you think my users may also get the doubt? And why I am including it in my report? For the better understanding of whom? But do you think that Reliance may only 7-8 matters will be there, or 700-800 matters? But he chose the which one? Most significant one. For the better understanding of whom? Users. The higher value, significant one. Always remember, to select a CAM, these are the 5 tests you have to do. Discuss with TCWG, current year, most significant, for better understanding of users. All this in whose judgment? Auditor's judgment. That qualifies as a what? CAM. Now read the definition of CAM, everyone. What do you mean by CAM? Read. Matters which in whose judgment? Are you able to see the point number 1? Are what? Most significant. Relating to what? 3 points are over. It is generally conveyed to have a better understanding of such areas for whom? Users of financial status, selected from the matters which I discussed with whom? TCWG. 5 things you need to add in the definition of CAM. And you need to understand one thing. It's a recent standard activated on 1/4/2018. So it means it's hardly 5 years that this standard came into the picture. That's the reason ICAI made it mandatory ki as it is, whatever the definition we are understanding, you have to copy paste in your paragraph also. So let me show you practically ki where do we copy paste this particular thing in our paragraph. I think you will be able to understand. Are you able to see CAM? Just read the first 3 lines. What is the first 3 lines of CAM? CAMs are those matters which in our professional judgment were of most significant for our audit of standalone financial of which year? Current year. Which we discussed with TCW that they won't, right? That is for our understanding. Is it clear? As it is copy paste, you have to do it in the report. Is it clear to all of you? Point number 2. Read this note number 1. This is what just now I told you. It is mandatory to include above introductory meaning in the form of para wherever the CAM is going to be communicated. What is the note number 2? It shall also be communicated that no separate provision for the opinion on these matters. In short, it does not affect whose opinion? Auditor. Can you please tell me why we are saying specifically in the CAM paragraph, it does not affect my opinion? Because if it does, it will not be a part of CAM, it will be a part of basis. CAM never affects your opinion. CAM is just a clarification on those areas on which TCWG has given you. So it is very important for me not to confuse my users. That's why you can see this line. Can you read this line which is underlined? We do not provide separate opinion on these matter. Why I'm showing you practically so that you should know that what is the use of each and every standard. Point number 1. Did we mention as it is our definition? And point number 2. We mentioned it what? We do not provide any which opinion? Separate. What is the point number 3? Read the note number 3. Such matters in the CAM shall not be pertaining to which year? It should be related to which year? Current year. Did you get the point? What is the advantage of CAM? Please tell me. Leave about me. What is the advantage of this CAM? Advantage number 1. It made my report heavy. 3 pages became 30 pages now. No, that is not the advantage. It increased which value of my report? Communicated value. My report has started speaking more now. Are you getting the point? And it also provides what? People should not take me in a very suspicious manner that Rohit went inside with a problematic mind, and when he's coming outside, he's looking relaxed. Maybe something has happened inside, bribe or corruption like that. No, boss, nothing has happened. Whatever I asked them, they gave me the clarification as it is I'm putting in my report. So point number 1, it increases what? Transparent. And did I go inside for myself? No. I went inside for the who's better understanding? Users. And most importantly, in the CAM, you will find mostly the accounting estimates area. Which area? Okay, let me ask you, what do you mean by provision for doubtful debt? Let me ask. Achha, say for example, we were doing the audit of Reliance. Give me the correct answer. I'm posing the practical question to you. Last 5 years, Reliance was making 18 to 21 crores of provision for doubtful debt. Suddenly, in the previous year, like during the lockdown period, their provision for doubtful debt has gone to 78 crores. Is it a huge jump? Right or not? So from 18 to 21 suddenly went to what? 78. First of all, tell me, what do you mean by provision? Is it actual or estimated? Who made it? Management. Did I get a doubt? Same, who can also get? Users. So if I can get a doubt, user can get a doubt. Don't you think it's a CAM now? Yes. So this is my opinion, says that I should go to TCWG. I went to TCWG. मैंने कहा why? Suddenly 21 to what? 78, mostly 4 times. Now they are saying that, Rohit, you understand the fact that pandemic situation is coming and no one is making the payment to anybody else. Due to which what is happening? When we are unable to make payment to some people, obviously some of our debtors will not be able to make a payment to us. So we expect that due to lockdown, this year our provision has shooted up. That's why from 20 crores we have to increase it to what? 70 crores. Please tell me, is this justification given by TCWG looking genuine to you? Yes. But did it bring any negative impact to you? No. So that's why I will introduce it in what? CAM. For the whose understanding? Users. This is the 4th point. Read the 4th point, please. Also makes them, who is them? Users. Having understanding of which matters? Significant management estimates used in the preparation of what? By you don't know, users will always compare your 1 year with what? Another. Last year 21 crore, this year what? 78 crore. Like I got a doubt, users may also get a doubt. So before the users get the doubt, I only got it clarified and infused it in my report so that they will not get any kind of what? Problem while reading that. Why 78 crores have come? Did you get the point? 100%? Yes or no? You're looking exhausted. But I don't think so that I'm looking in the same way. Huh? You are listening, I'm using. I'm like terrorizing myself from inside. Ki why I am speaking that much, but I think that more than me, you need it. Am I correct or not? So shall we go into the subject again? पहले तो ये बताओ स्टैंडर्ड नंबर कौन सा चल रहा है? That is a wake up call. What is the name of the standard? Communicating key audit manner. So can anybody tell me what are the 5 things which makes an item a CAM? Whose judgment? Which year? Discussed with? For better understanding of? All matter the most significant. Most significant. What are the 4 advantages? Advantage number 1, increase my communicative value, greater transparency, better understanding to the user, and most importantly, they will get more better understanding relating to what? Significant management estimates. Next question. Is CAM a substitute of EMP, OMP, basis, opinion, management responsibility? Acha, I want to talk about management responsibility. Do I have a para? What is the name of the para? MRP. I want to talk about my ARP. I want to talk about GC. I want to talk about reasons of modified opinion. Basis. I want to talk about opinion. Opinion. I want to talk about remaining certain matters. OLRR. I want to bring the user's attention on something. I have EMP and OMP. So CAM is not a substitute of any of them. Read the point. What is the heading? CAM is not a substitute of. Read the point number 1. Responsibilities of management. Where do we throw it? MRP. What is this? Disclosures in financial statement. Where do we find it? NTA. Notes to accounts. What is this? Where you will find the reasons of opinion? Basis. What is this? Inappropriateness relating to which concern? You have a separate paragraph for that. Where is this? What is this? Matters to be included in emphasis and others. And separate opinion. So please tell me, CAM is not a substitute of 6 things. If you know the basic elements, you can give me the answer. CAM is not a substitute of EMP, OMP, basis, MRP, and GC. These are not CAM. CAM is completely a separate para. Did you get the point? So if they will ask you the question in the examination, is CAM a substitute of following? What you will write? Is or is not? Are bolo? CAM is or is not? Substitute of 6 things. MRP, notes to accounts, basis para, EMP, OMP, and going concern. So CAM is not a substitute of any of these paragraphs. Is it clear to all of you? Now, how do you think that something is CAM? Significant or most significant? Let me give you one simple example. I'm a 4,000 crores worth of company. I got a 20,000 crores worth of project. Is it 5 times the size of my company? Is it negative thing or positive? But is it significant event in the life of my company? I'm getting how many size? 5 times the size of my company project. Is it something users deserves to know? That is called what? CAM. Did you get the point? Next point, very important point. Just now I told you, 20 crores of provision suddenly became 78 crores. Who may get a doubt? Users. Is it significant gap? So what is the common thing you found in both the example? The common thing which you found in both the example is a word, significant. Remember, if it is a significant management estimate, if it is a significant ROMM, what is ROMM? Risk of material misstatement. If it is significant event, not subsequent event. If it is which event? Because if it is subsequent, it means we are talking about what? 560. So what are the 3 things if it is? If it is a significant management estimate, significant ROMM, or significant event, that means it is definitely going to be a part of your which para? CAM. Now question arises, sir, how do we determine that it is significant or not? That is where the word used professional judgment. What is the word used? You have to decide. If you think it is significant, add it. You don't think it's significant, don't add it. That is whose problem? Every chartered accountant's problem. So there is no particular criteria. You can say that, okay, if it is above this, significant. If it is below this, No, it depends upon case to case and client to client basis. Did you get the point? Achha, tell me one thing. For a Reliance getting a 2000 crores of project, उसके लिए चिल्लर है, नीचे 2000 करोड़ गिर जाते हैं उसके, करेक्ट है नहीं है? But for a 500 crores worth of company getting 2000 crores worth of project, now is it significant or insignificant? What made you say that? Your which judgment? Professional judgment. Look at the client's picture and look at the project they are getting. If you think that it is significant enough to be told to the users, include it. Not significant enough, leave it. As simple as that. This is how you determine the CAM. And the most important thing in the CAM, what you need to understand. Never include CAM in your report without discussing it with TCWG. Always discuss the wordings of your CAM with whom? TCWG. Question is why? It is whose report? Auditors. Whose para? Auditors. Whose judgment? Who determined it is most significant or least significant? So why the hell should I go to TCWG to get it discussed? Sometimes you may use the harsh words which may give a bad impression on the company's reputation. And if the company thinks that that may leave the bad impression to the users as well, company may request you, Rohit, can you please change the wordings? I'm not telling you to change the opinion. Change what? Wording. Achha, how many of you know what is the difference between destructive criticism and constructive criticism? Just an example, huh? Okay. Don't take it personally. She came to me. She said that, sir, I got this doubt. I didn't understand why it is named as scam. Ah, you useless fellow. Mad fellow. Turn around, po. And nothing goes. Just an example, amma. Okay, na? So that is called destructive criticism. It means she's non-intellectual. She's having a bad memory. She does not understand anything. If she will come and will say, amma, very nice doubt. But right now I'm busy. Come some other time, I will let you know. This is called which criticism? Constructive. Or say for example, my sister made a fish for me. Am I correct? That was the world's worst fish. I threw it out in front of her and spitted it and did vomiting. You are a world's worst cook. I told her that also on face. That is called what? Destructive. But what is it? Amma, please come. Like this, if I'll say, I think cooking is not meant for you. You are meant for something big in life. That is called what? Mean by criticism. What do you mean by criticism? Is criticizing someone without being critical. Did you get the point? So I am criticizing you. You are still the world's worst cook only. But there is a there is a way of saying it. That is called criticizing someone without being critical. This is one of the biggest technique you have to understand in management audit. If you remember, behavioral aspects you face while doing the which audit? Management. There I will tell you that as a management auditor, you should never use the destructive criticism. You should always use what? Constructive criticism. Criticize someone. I am not saying don't criticize. Someone is wrong, criticize. But there is a way of criticizing someone. That is called constructive criticism. Which one? Constructive. Is it clear? Voice is coming now? Okay. Did you get the point? Amma, don't mind. Huh? Just an example. It was not for you. Now please tell me why we should go to TCW. Did you understand the reason? Sometimes I didn't feel that I used some harsh words. But maybe the TCWG may feel it. So they may request me, Rohit, can you please change the wording? I will say, okay, sir. I will change the wording. Never ever complete your audit report without first discussing the draft with your what? Client. Always. This is called conclusion of your 701 called what? CAM. What is CAM? Key audit. So what are the major things you understood which you didn't understand earlier? What are the 5 things which definitely going to qualify something as a CAM? Point number 1. Whose judgment? Second, for whose better understanding? Relating to significant or most significant? And last one, relating to, वो तो current year हो गया. Discussed with whom? TC. If they will say that auditor has identified most significant matters discussed with management, your answer will be no. It cannot be treated as what? CAM. It has to be discussed with whom? Nowhere in the whole standard you will use a word called what? Management. This is what 701 is all about. If you got any doubt, please let me know. So what did 700 taught you? What did 700 teach you? In the 700, you understood how to form an opinion and how to report on financials. 701 taught you how an auditor determines something is CAM or something is not CAM. Acha, let me tell you one thing, practical problem which I will tell you which we face. Sometimes we are unable to determine, should I include this matter in CAM or should I include it in EMP? What is EMP? That paragraph is also for the better understanding of whom? Users. But how to decide whether it is CAM item or it is what? EMP item. There 706 you need to learn. What you need to learn? 70. But before that, I would like to tell you 705 in one small chart. First of all, tell me, do you know materiality? And do you know pervasiveness? M is there, but there is no P. Qualified. M is there, there is a P. You understood this point? Okay. Now, you have to tell me, is this chart going well as per your expectations or not? Pado. Read this whole chart and let me know. What is the situation number 1? Hello? Acha, nature's go. I thought so. You washroom अलग-अलग यूज कर लेना. चलो, anyways, थोड़ा सा ऐसे एलिमेंट डालना पड़ता है यार. सब्जेक्ट बहुत वो है, हैवी है, तो लिटिल बिट तो रिलैक्सेशन वी नीड टू हैव. ओके, लेट्स कम बैक टू द चार्ट. व्हाट इज द पॉइंट नंबर 1? यू कैन सी दैट. What is, read the situation number 1. You have to tell me the filling the blanks. Read that nothing is written. You have to tell me. Don't read the last column. You just have to read the first 4 columns. What is the situation number 1? Auditor obtains SAA. It means there are 2 possibilities. Either Q or A. Now, case number 1. There was no material misstatement and obviously there was no misstatement and no pervasiveness. What should I do? Qualified or unmodified? I have an evidence which indicates that material misstatement exists, but that is not that much pervasive in nature that it affects the auditor's judgment. I will give what? Qualified. I have an evidence which says that it is material misstatement and that too it is pervasive in nature. I will give up what? Adverb. Do the second paragraph now. You have an evidence or unable to? Case number A. No. What is the word written? And are you able to compare it with this? Here I wrote MM exists. Why? Because I have what? Evidence. Here I wrote MM exists or possible MM exists. I have an evidence or no evidence? No evidence. Did you get the point? Possible existence of MM, answer is no. So when there is no MM existence, there is no what? Pervasiveness. Again answer is what? Unmodified. I did not get an evidence, but I have a possibility of doubt that there is a material misstatement. Not only there is a material misstatement, it is might be having a possible pervasive effect as well. Both are yes. I will give what? Disclaimer. There is a material misstatement, but it is not that much material that I will get affected. So tell me, pervasive or not pervasive? I'll give what? Qualified. Sir, consume this chart. You will never fail in expressing your opinion practically as well. Now question arises, sir, we understood this chart, but the major problem is, what do you mean by the term called materiality? What do you mean by the term called what? Pervasiveness. Read this point, please. Any item or transaction, if you will see in the financial statement, that is not affecting you, but might be affecting the decision making of what? Users of financial statement. What is the word written? Users. Their decision making may get changed. It means that item is what? Material. But that item, if it affects whose judgment? Auditor. Now, sir, how it may affect the auditor's judgment? Can you read the point number 1? Is leaving what? High impact on what? Financial statement. There is a company whose turnover is 5,000 crores. Understood? And its net losses are 6,500 crores. पहले तो ये बताओ पॉसिबल है? देयर इज अ, चलो मैं थोड़ा सा और रियलिस्टिक कर देता हूं. देयर इज अ कंपनी whose turnover is 5,000 crores. Its net losses are 4,500 crores. Company having 5,000 crores of turnover, net losses are 4,500 crores. It means your accumulated losses are equivalent to the worth of the company. Almost. Please tell me, is it a negative impact? Is it leaving a huge impact on the company? Acha, having a 50 lakhs of loss, is it a huge impact? So that means it is not pervasive. So read point number 1. What is the test number 1? Leaving high impact on what? Financial statement. Effect number 2. Effect number 3, represents substantial portion of what? Financial. Now let me ask you one thing. There was a balance sheet total of 1100 crores. And when I saw the asset side of the company, 980 crores is nothing but inventory only. And they did not allow me to go to their godown and do the verification of inventory. Is 980 consist of substantial part of total balance sheet? Yes. And was I able to get an evidence or unable to? तो क्या opinion दोगे? Disclaimer directly, क्योंकि it represents what? Substantial portion of what? Financial statement. Test number 2. When do you call it pervasive? Test number 3. It should not be limited to a what? Specific element, account or an item. If it is a matter of ABCD level, which level? Have you heard of ABCD? Account, balance, class or disclosure. If it's a chinna level, matlab particular item is getting affected, it is not pervasive. But if it is affecting FS as a whole, it means it is what? Pervasive. Is it clear? And last but not the least, is highly important from whom? User's point of view what? Also. It means it is affecting not only users, it is also affecting whom? Auditor. If any of these 4 tests you will find on an item, that item passes the test of what? Pervasiveness, and then either you will end up giving disclaimer or you will end up giving what? Adverse. You will never fail in your expressing an opinion. You know, most of the times we never under realize the fact that why we are giving qualified, adverse and disclaimer. These are the major 2 things which helps you in decided to give qualified, to give adverse or to give what? Disclaimer. So tell me, what makes you pervasive? Define pervasiveness. Can you define now? What is pervasiveness? Point number 1. Leaves a huge impact on what? Financial. Represents smaller part or substantial part? Not connected with particular item, element or balance or transaction, but also important from whose point of view? User's point. If all these 4 things are matching in one item, it means that item is what in nature? Pervasive. And you will definitely either end up giving adverse or what? Disclaimer. That is what your 705 teaches you. We are not here to, I'm not here to tell you anything extra. Why? Because wherever you have done, I told you on the beginning of the class, whatever you have done is best. Thing is, have you learned this from this angle or not? That matters the most. No faculty teaches you good or bad. It is just that how do they teach? Are they able to make you understand the nerve of the standard, or are they make you understand the wordings of the standard? Agar if you are only going through the structure of the standard, okay, this is there, I mugged up, okay, gone. The moment question will come, everything will be flattened. You will not be able to even answer a single point, because you didn't learn the meaning of what you were supposed to do. This is called learning of the standard, going into deep and understanding what we need to consume. Rest everything is filter. Simple. We are also doing sampling in the standards. I'm not telling you every content in the standard. I'm making you catch the nerve of the standard. That is the main objective. Is it clear or not? Now, what did we learn in 700? Acha, now I would like you to just read out, is it the perfect definition for the qualified opinion or not? Read what is written. When on the basis of SAAE, it means you have an evidence or no evidence. Auditor concludes that there is MM in what? financial statement, but its impact on financial statement is, just simply give me the answer. Let me remove same sentence, only this word. This word. This will become what? Adverse. Did you get the point? So if I'll remove or insert this word, this will become what? Qualified. Now, read this second point also. When an auditor is able to or unable to, it means you don't have what? SAE, due to which, what is the word I used? Possible material misstatement in financial statement. Is or could be. Could be material, but not pervasive. What will I give? Or if I will do this again, it will become disclaimer. So you never realize the fact that what you are doing is short only. You go and concentrate on the length of the standard. I understand it, small standard, consume it. Not understanding it, you bifurcate in your head. There is no need to bifurcate the standard. Every standard is easy. You just have to learn the nerve of that standard. That's it. Did you understand 700, 701 and 705? Now, let me make you understand 706 also. What is that? Emphasis matters paragraph. Other. If you will catch my movement for the next 5 minutes, this standard is again inside your head. Listen to me carefully. Uske baad again I'll give you the break for 15 minutes. Try to understand this point. Listen, you are due for 15 minutes now. But that time mic was not working. Your 15 minutes are gone. No, I will give you. Even I need break. Right? Chalo. Now, read this paragraph. What are the two paras? EMP, OMB. I will also tell you how to see it from professional point of view, ki whether they are same as CAM or not. Iske baad I will take a break and 710 and 720 will do after the break. Listen this. What is the 706 EMP and OMP? Now see, there is one item. Okay, please tell me what is bad debt recovery. Let me tell you practically, how do we see the things? What is bad debt recovery? Money which was already declared as debt, which is bad debt, but due to your good karmas, you got that money back. That is called which recovery? Am I correct or not? Bad debt. Can you please tell me, as per AS5 or whatever the index you have, what is the disclosure this bad debt recovery needs in financial statement? A normal disclosure or a separate disclosure? Separate. Is it an ordinary item or extraordinary item? Often happens or once in a blue moon? Very exceptional kind of item. So does it need a special disclosure or not? Management did it. On the credit side of P&L, exceptional item under that bad debt recovery. Everything which the management was supposed to do, they did it. But auditor felt from inside, it is not enough for the users of financial statement. Who felt from inside? तो ये जो स्टैंडर्ड है ना, ये पर्सनल टच का स्टैंडर्ड है. इट्स अ स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ विच टच? पर्सनल. Here nowhere you will raise the finger on whose ability? Management. Management is super duper fine, but who felt it from inside? Auditor. Personal opinion says that I would like to reframe it. Now my question is, you know bad debt, I know bad debt. Ask your mother tomorrow, Amma, bad debt happened 3 years back, now bad debt recovery has happened. She will say, what happened? Correct hai nahi? Because they are from the commerce background or not from commerce. Same is the case with the users. Users may understand the technical meaning of bad debt, may not understand the technical meaning of bad debt. It is whose the responsibility to make them understand? Auditor. So I will include one paragraph called EMP in my report, where I would like to say that I would like to draw your attention on the special disclosure given on the this column of the P&L where the word written is bad debt. Bad debt recovery means that money which you have recovered from earlier declared bad debts. Are you getting it? It happened in year 1920, but fortunately we recovered in 2022 and 23. What is the reason I'm telling them? Maybe next year, if I will not tell them, imagine I'm not including EMP paragraph. What is the impression they will get? Next year they will see, arey, last year the bad debt recovery was there, one of the item. Next year this item is missing. It means company is not, because next year bad debt recovery has not happened. Do you think that next year it will, is it recurring item or non-recurring? Who has to tell them it is non-recurring? Auditor. This is the reason we include EMP. So EMP is never raising the finger on management. EMP is always telling that management is super cool, everything is done, but I felt from inside that I should tell you in a better way. There comes the need of which paragraph? EMP. Now I would like to show you one EMP paragraph की wording so that you can understand. Are you able to see EMP paragraph? इसमें just look at the first line. We draw attention to note number 30. It means it is already disclosed in what? Financial statement. Auditor felt it कि I should explain it more. That's why look at the language. We draw your attention. It means we are nowhere saying that कि I'm not saying that कि I would like to tell you. If I'm saying this, I would like to tell you. It means management has not done it. I am doing it. It means I'm indirectly raising the finger on whom? Management. What is the language I'm using? We draw your attention. This is the languages you need to learn. That makes you perfect in auditing. Crystal clear? 100%. Now question arises, sir. EMP though you made us understand. What do you mean by what? OMP. OMP is thin line of difference from what? EMP. See, there are some matters which company did not disclose in the financial statement because it was not required. It was not required. But auditor felt from inside that I should tell. Did you understand the difference between OMP and EMP? What is in the EMP I told you? Already disclosed by the management in financial statement. I felt for the better explanation of users. OMP में matters other than disclosed by whom? Management, which I felt. Jैसे, let me give you one simple example. Company has made a tremendous profit of 28% rise in 1 year. How much rise? 20. Company thought that it's okay. That's a simple thing for us. But who didn't feel like this? Auditor. I thought that here company has jumped from this profit to 28% in 1 year. My user deserves to know that. So I will now tell me, am I saying negative about the company? Or I am telling the users what they deserve to know? That time you will include which paragraph? OMP. Because it is not disclosed by what? Company. So now I would like to show you one report or one paragraph which is others matters paragraph. Which matters? Others. Now others may and EMP may major difference is its language only. If I am able to, let me just scroll down. Yes. Okay. Now this is the paragraph. Are you able to see others? Now please tell me what is the language difference you are finding? In EMP, how I started? We draw your attention. What I am writing here? Telling it or drawing the attention towards something? Telling it. That is what OMP is all about. It means, what now read the language, you will automatically. The accompanying consolidated financial statement include the financial statement and other financial information in respect to what? 22 subsidiaries which reflect the total assets of what? 4,18,844 crores as on 31st March and total revenue of what? It means Reliance didn't find it need to tell it to users कि out of our total 7 lakh assets, 7 lakh crores of assets, 4,18,844 belongs to our subsidiary. Reliance didn't think that because it is not statutory requirement. The Reliance did not disclose that. But who felt it? I felt from inside, yeah, users should know that total 7 lakh does not belong to Reliance. In the total 7 lakhs, only 4 minus, like other than 4,18,844 crores, remaining assets only belongs to whom? Client. Because 4,18,844 crores belongs to whom? Subsidiary. Who will tell them? Auditor. But am I saying any negative thing here? Or I am just giving an information? Other than disclosed by whom? Management. That's why we did not use the language called what? We draw attention. That is a major difference between the two. Did you get the point? And now I'm going to tell you some things which you need to understand between CAM, EMP, OMP. This is a major thing you should know practically. CAM, EMP and OMP. How do you decide to put which matter in which? Because in all the three, common thing is we are not giving any separate opinion. We are not saying anything negative. And we are not raising finger on management. And everywhere you will disclose. Now please tell me, what is a common thing? How you will determine something is CAM? Ab main test hai. CAM, EMP, OMP. How you will define it? Remember, where auditor understanding is required and users understanding, both are required. Whose understanding and whose? That is CAM. Only users understanding. EMP, matters disclosed by the whom? management. Only understanding of users matters other than disclosed by the management. That is OMP. Did you understand the difference? So first I will look at the item. If I think that, yeah, I also got the doubt, user also will get the doubt. Definitely CAM. Now if a matter is there, I know, but user may get the doubt. And disclosed in the financial statement already by the management. EMP. Are you getting the point? This is how you learn it. And I may not get a doubt, but user may get, but this is something management also did not disclose. OMP. But what is a common thing in all three? We are not giving any separate opinion on these matters, because if they are negative, they will become the part of my basis instead of CAM, instead of EMP, instead of what? OMP. And one more thing common. EMP, OMP, CAM, all the three paragraphs you should discuss with whom? TCWG before finalizing in your word report. Maybe your intention is not bad, but your words may be little bit harsh. So let the TCWG decide, are they okay with that? If they're okay with that, convert your draft audit report into final audit report. Is it 100% clarity? Now, let me give you one question where you have to give me the answer now. Think. There is one item in the financial statement which SEBI prohibited to disclose. Which SEBI itself said prohibit to disclose. That's why management did not disclose it in the financial statement. Auditor, while doing the audit, thought that it is required for the better understanding of whom? Users. So he included one OMP paragraph and disclosed it. Comment. We can or we can't? What did you say first? Adverse what? I simply ask you one question. There is one matter which SEBI intentionally said that no company should disclose this. Who said that? SEBI. That's why management did not disclose. Is management wrong? They are following the law. But who felt it? To disclose it to whom? User. Should I use CAM? Should I use EMP? Should I use OMP? Or none of them? None of them. Something which is not required to be disclosed by what? Law. Prohibited by law. You are not bigger than law. Why the management did not disclose it? Tell me how. So why you are becoming a god? Oh, management did not. Let me make a number. What number? What if that shareholder is also a chartered accountant? You useless fellow. Didn't you read 706? Where it is clearly mentioned that if something is prohibited by what? Law. You should also not mention it. Did you get the point? And one more thing. Wherever EMP, OMP, CAM will come, you can never give disclaimer. Because they are the opinions, they are the paragraphs which you can only introduce when you have what? Evidence. That's why either these will come, disclaimer will not come, or if the disclaimer is coming, these will not come. And especially this rule goes with what? CAM. Rule number 2. Rule number 3. If you think that disclosing the thing via CAM, EMP and OMP is going to be more sensitive and confidential in nature. What is more? It may affect the company's goodwill or reputation. Don't do that. Are you getting the point? So what are the 3 things under which you should not use these paras? Prohibited by law, confidential and sensitive. And what is the 3rd thing? If disclaimer opinion is coming, these paragraphs will never come. Always remember that. Especially it is written in 701. And ek aur baat. Nahin, over. That's it. Did you get the point? So what are the, did you understand between the difference between CAM, EMP and OMP practically? Yes. Achha, let's say for example, can anybody tell me what do you mean by special purpose financial statements? What do you mean by special purpose financial statement? When you are making it for every user or specific user. So let's imagine ये अपने पास report है, ठीक है ना? Normal financial statement look like this. I made one special financial statement in here, but you are unable to understand. So please tell me, is it something which the auditor should notify to the users saying that ki don't read this, read general purpose financial statement. Am I correct or not? Question is how you will provide this information to users, CAM, EMP or OMP. अब समझ में आया क्वेश्चन कैसे आएंगे? कंपनी included one special purpose financial statement in its audit report, but did not tell to users anywhere to read general purpose or special purpose. So which paragraph you will include as an auditor to display them? EMP or OMP? EMP. Why? Because it is already disclosed in what? Financial statement. Who felt it to reframe it again? Auditor. What if the company did not tell? Company did not disclose also. Then what? OMP. What if you also got a doubt, you got understood, and then users may get a doubt? Clear bifurcation. 100% everyone sorted in the class? Perfectly? Take a break. Come back by 7. Take a break. So pause कर दो. उसके बाद we will complete 710. Okay. So we are done with the essay 700, 701, 705, 706. For your clarification, just make a read of this standard. Look at the standard, what it is saying. It deals with the which information? The wordings you need to understand. It deals with the which one? Additional. Please tell me EMP and OMP is something which you are giving highly important or additionally? Additional. So it is a which communication? Additional information in the auditor's report which auditor considers necessary. Law is not telling you. Who is considered it necessary? Auditor. To draw whose attention? When I'm using the word to draw users' attention on matters that are presented and already disclosed in what? It means we are talking about what? EMP. And when the matters other than disclosed and presented in financial statement, then what? OMP. Major idea is to let them know कि I understand my responsibility. This is my role and for the better understanding of the entity. Next point, both EMP and OMP does not affect the whose opinion? Auditor's opinion. It shall be specifically stated in the paras separately. Now let me show you one thing very clearly. I shown you the same thing in CAM paragraph. Okay, what is the line we wrote? We do not provide separate opinion. Did we see that line or not? Same line you will find it here as well. In EMP and OMP paragraph as well. Now can you read this line? Below is not modified in the respect of the above material. What does that mean? Our opinion is modified or not modified? Neither we say it in, neither we modify anything in CAM, nor in EMP, nor in what? OMP. And the same thing you will find in OMP as well. Let me show you OMP. Dekho, practically, the more and more you will understand now, it will be easier for you to retain for the examination purpose. Now, can you see the same line under the EMP as well? Read the last line. Last line. Our opinion is or is not modified in respect of this matter. Same line going to come in CAM, EMP as well as what? OMP. Is it clear to all of you? 100% understood. So this is what brings an end to our EMP and OMP. And this is what these are the things which are relevant only for you to read it out. This was the point I was telling you. Now read this. It shall not disclose anything which is what? Prohibited by law or what? Regulation. What law has prohibited, that's the reason who did not? Management. And that's the reason who should not? Auditor. So you are not bigger than law. That's why don't take anything unnecessary in your EMP and OMP. Only include when it is required. And last but not the least, I already told you, do you need to communicate the wordings with whom? TCWG. About your expectations and about your wordings. If anything is there, if the TCWG is telling you to do some needful changes, do it, but don't change it. Do it only, just substitute the words with the better words. That is the only thing he can tell you to change it. He can't force you to do it. Don't include it now. Why you are including? You are going to take a final call, but you are going to manage the wordings. That's it. Are you getting the point? So this was all about the EMP and OMP you should know. Now let's talk. Niche all the examples are given. What are the examples of EMP? What are the examples of what? OMP. Special purpose financial statement. One example I told you. Who will tell to the users that this is special purpose, this is not general purpose? Auditor. And it will get covered under the which paragraph? EMP. Right or not? So major thing is in the examination, are you able to see what is CAM, what is EMP and what is what? OMP. 700 series means minimum 6 mark question. Right? Company audit means minimum 6 mark question. Caro means minimum 5 mark question. So 6 plus 6 plus 5. Today we have almost covered what? 17 marks of your portion. May come one dividend ka chapter mein se question like relating to IEPF 123 to 127. Now once this 700 series will be over, we'll try to cover the dividend topic also in a fast manner, 123 to 127. Then we'll be left out. Maybe today we'll not be able to touch 134 and our morning when we'll come. Then first in the 1 hour we'll touch those 3 particular sections, major core sections of your maintenance of books of accounts. After that only we'll start with the professional ethics and then peer review and then what? Quality review. Accordingly, with the pure amendments are there with you. Just bring it tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll try to wind up mostly 2 amendments, NOCLAR plus peer review. Day after tomorrow we'll do the NBFC and small company amendment we have already done. And I also told you how they can correlate the same question with what? Caro. Is it clear to all of you? Okay. Now let's start with the 710. What is the name of the standard, please? Just read the name and tell me what do you understand. Remember, understanding the heading means 50% work done. You understand the standards heading, 50% of the work is done. Read the heading. Corresponding information. Sorry, comparative information, corresponding figures, and comparative what? Financial statement. It means that is clearly indicating you towards to refer schedule 3. Please tell me, as per schedule 3, are we maintaining nowadays financial statement in a T-wise or vertical manner? Vertical. Vertical mein what is coming? 1 year information or 2 years information? Why? So what is the purpose of this standard? To let you know that when you do the audit of an organization, now let me tell you frankly now this thing. Morning we have done rotation. Please tell me, did we do? How many years later on you have to rotate yourself? After 5 years. One term of 5. Imagine I'm a sole proprietor. She was a sole proprietor. She completed her 5 years. She went. She did the audit is what? 21-22 financial year. Which year audit she has done? 21-22. From 22-23, I have been appointed as what? Auditor. Now listen to the whole example. Up to last, she was the auditor. This year, I am the auditor. Please tell me, when the company will prepare on 31st March 2023 ka financial statement, which 2 years information company will give? 21-22 as well as 22-23. But I am doing the audit only for what? 22-23. But I am expressing the opinion on 22-23 in the financial statement or on the financial statements as a whole? On the financial statements as a whole. It means even though I was not connected in the which year audit, last year, I will still end up giving the opinion on what? 21-22. Because my opinion is on FS and FS includes how many years? 2 years information. Try to understand and digest this fact. If whenever the rotation takes place, this problem will arise. The new auditor, even though he is only doing the audit for what? 22-23 current year audit, but he will also end up giving the opinion on what? 22-23 current as well as what? Previous. It means last year ke closing balances are highly important because last year ka closing balances are current year's what? Opening balances. It means whether I believe it or not, whether I want it or not, my audit is sincerely based upon how previous year auditor has done his audit. Are you getting the point? There comes the 3 occasions. There comes the 3 problems. Now, let me tell you the problem number 1. You will understand it very easily. What are the 3 major problems comes in this kind of audit is problem number 1. Last year auditor gave modified opinion. Last year auditor gave a which opinion? Let's imagine Mr. A is the last year auditor and Mr. B is the current year auditor. Rotation has come. Last year auditor gave a which opinion? Modified opinion. Now, but his modifications are still present in the which year? Current year. It means are they resolved or unresolved? Matlab management is inefficient. Last year, Mr. A gave a modified report. His modifications are still present in which year? And they are still what? Unresolved. Now the problem is, as a current year auditor, what you should do? Current year auditor में two situations will come. Listen, situation number one, are the last year modifications are impacting your which year? Current year financial statement. If it is yes, then there is a one approach. If the last year modifications are not impacting the current year financial statement, there is one situation. Please tell me where to modify, where not to modify. Look at the situation number one. Last year modifications are present in the which year? Current year. They are impacting your current year financial statements as well. As a current year, what would be your approach? You will modify or unmodify? Modify. Okay, you did the modify. What you will write in basis paragraph? What is the reason you will give? Why did you modify? Same reason. You will write, I would like to bring it to the notice of whom? Users. Ki last year auditor gave a which opinion? Modified. And his modifications are still present in which year? Which are affecting my what? Financial statement. I am bringing the MM in the financial statement. This is the reason I am also what? Modifying. Is it justified? What you will do in the second case? Last year modifications are not at all affecting your current year financial statements. Will you unmodify or will you still modify? Did you understand the scenario first? Let me bring it to you again. Last year auditor was you or somebody else. He did a which audit? Statutory audit. He gave which opinion? Modified. That is, you understood? Right. You are a which auditor? Current year auditor. There are two possibilities. His modifications are present in the current year, remained unresolved and affecting your which year financial statement? Current year. His modifications are present in the current year, remain unresolved but not affecting your what? Financial statement. Did you understand the two differences? First one way you gave me the answer, sir, we would also like to give a modified, and this is the reason we'll write in the basis paragraph. What you would like to do in the second case? Still modified or unmodified? Chalo, मान लेते हैं you are also again giving what? Modified. But what is the reason? Reason is comparability is getting affected. What is the reason? Comparability. Remember, either it is affecting your current year financial statement or not affecting your current year financial statement. You will always what? Modify your current year financial statement. But the problem comes in basis para. Here basis paragraph mein you will be able to write ki why I am giving modified, because they are unresolved and present and they are affecting. But what you will write here? They are unresolved, present but not affecting, but it is affecting what? Comparability of what? Financial statement. How I can allow the users to have one figures modified and to have the another figures with modifications? For the comparability, you need the same status or not? Genuinely done in 1 year and genuinely done in what? Second year. But if I am doing my genuine audit in second year, but last year modifications are still present in which year? Current year. Even though they are not affecting my current year financial statement, but it does affect what? Comparability. This is the reason you will write in the basis paragraph when the second situation will come. Which situation? Second situation. So I would like to show you this, how you are going to write in the examination. Now look at this point. Point number 1, padho. Read the heading. When the prior period financial statements are reported as what? Modified. Matlab last year auditor gave a which report? Modified. In the last year financial statements were reported modified. The current year auditor detects that ki last year modifications are still present in which year? Current year, and are still what? Unresolved. What are the two possibilities? If such unresolved modifications affect what? Current year, and if such unresolved modification does not affect what? Current year. If it affects or it does not affect, in both the cases, what is the common answer? Modify the current year report? Modified. But the major reason comes where? Change comes in which para? Basis. Here though you wrote the reason for the modification is it was impacting my what? Current year finance. What is the reason you will write here? This is the main point. Reason for modification is it was affecting what? Comparability of financial statement. That is the reason I gave what? Modified opinion. Is it clear? So never be under the impression, sir, not affecting now, let's give unmodified. No, you still have to give what? Modified. Because you can't ignore the fact that management is inefficient. And due to their inefficiency, users are unable to compare the figure of 1 year with what? Another. Did you get the point? So it is affecting financial statement or it is affecting comparability. Reason is different. Reason is different. Did you get the point? Did you understand how to handle the situation in the future? And these are real-time situations. Let me tell you one thing. In every rotation, you will find this issue. Because every auditor has a different professional judgment as based upon others. Are you getting the point? Like say for example, you and I are chartered accountant, but that doesn't mean that how I see the things and you see the things are what? Same. They both are different. I may end up saying that you have not done your audit properly. This is what the next topic we are going to do. Read the situation number 2, please. Apado, what is the situation number 2? Prior period financial statements were reported as modified or unmodified. It means what the last year auditor gave? Clean opinion. He gave a which opinion? But when you were doing the which year audit? Current year audit. You obtained what? Audit evidence कि last year auditor should have been what? Modified. What does that mean? It means you are raising the finger on efficiency of previous year auditor. But you are not raising it just like that. You have what? Evidence. तुम्हारे पास evidence है कि it's normal departure from SAAP, मतलब GAAP, generally accepted auditing practices. So what if I could have been at his position? I तो definitely could have given what? Modified. So why he didn't give the modified? He gave what? Unmodified. So it means I have an evidence. I'm not raising the finger without evidence. I'm raising the finger with what? Evidence. Now what you will do in the current year? Ask the previous year auditor to modify. But that is very rare situation. For that we need to refer 560. Which event? Subsequent. And damage is already done. It's almost 1 year back. He has issued a report at the same time. You can't expect that auditor to revise it. So that solution is very rare. What is a new solution? New solution is you will also this year you will do what? Modify. But please tell me what are the two options you are able to see? Qualify and adverse. You are not able to see the word D. Why? Because you have what? Evidence. So either you will qualify or you will adverse. But my question is, ध्यान से सुनना, whether users know it, he should have given modified. Think logically. Users know or only auditor knows? And now who knows? Management. But who does not know? Last year whatever the report they have read was unmodified, but actually it should have been modified. They know or they don't know? Who comes into picture? 706. Which paragraph? OMP. I will disclose 3 facts to users now. What are the 3 facts? Fact number 1. Last year audit was done by the which auditor? Predecessor auditor. Second, last year audit opinion given by him. Third, last year audit report date. Can anybody tell me, did I say anything negative in this para? Please tell me. Anything I wrote negative? Ki he should have given this and that. I simply disclose the 3 facts. What are the 3 facts? Repeat. Last year audit was not done by me. It was done by the which auditor? Predecessor. This is the report opinion which is given by the predecessor auditor, and this is the date of his what? Audit report. Including in which paragraph? OMB. Your responsibility is over as per 710 in this case. Please tell me how many of you understood both the situations. Situation number 1, how you will deal if the last year auditor has given modified and his modifications are still present in current year. Please tell me what are the 2 outlooks you will get. If it is affecting, if it is not affecting. If it is affecting, modify. Even if it is not affecting, modify. But what is the reason here? Affecting is the reason. What is the reason here? Comparability is getting affected. Last year auditor gave a which opinion? Unmodified. Do you have an evidence? Yes. That he should have given? Modified. You talk to him. Obviously you will never talk to him. You will tell the management to talk to their which auditor? Previous auditor to revise it. But that is very rare situation. What is the new course of action we have now? You also what? Modify. But what is the reason of modification now? You have a what? Evidence that he should have given what? Modified report. But how you will show this thing to the users so that they should also know that last year auditor was wrong? By including which paragraph? OMP. What are the three things you will write in OMP? Last year auditor ka name, he has done this audit, he has given this opinion, and this is the date of his audit. Not one word extra, not one word less. You are just declaring OMP, you are nobody to tell negative about the, because ICA does not allow one chartered accountant to raise the finger on what? Another. Let the management handle it. When the shareholder will ask the board of directors, what is this OMP paragraph? Please make us understand. Then they will ask the management. Management will be answerable to shareholders. Correct? Did you understand? सबसे बड़ा problem आता है third situation. What is the third? Last year what has happened? No audit has happened. This is the biggest problem. And it happens. Some companies forget to get it what? Audited. Small companies, not listed, but small companies. They forget to get it what? Audited, or they can't afford the auditor in this case. What they will do in this case? Now, suppose I am the auditor. I saw, sir, please bring me the last year audit report. They said there is no audit report because last year audit has not happened. How you will tackle with this situation? Will you do 2 years audit? But they are ready to pay you only 1 year. So obviously you are not Mahatma that you will do the extra hard work. So you will say that, okay, I will do only 1 year audit, but at least closing balances ka audit you have to do. For which year? Last year. Why? Because they are your current year's what? Opening. At least do such audit so that you can assure that ki they are free from MM. What are free from MM? Opening balances of the current year, which means closing balances of previous year are free from what? MM. Don't be a donor and don't, donate your services and all just like that. Tell them ki this is the problem, but this is the solution. So what does the 710 says? You do one thing, again include which paragraph? Why we are including OMP again here? Who does not know that last year audit has not happened? User. See, they are very innocent people. They don't know anything. Who has to tell them? Auditor. So I included a which paragraph? I hope now you are actually understanding the use of OMP. Why I didn't write the EMP? Whether management disclosed somewhere that audit has not happened or did not disclose. It is whose role? Auditor to tell. That's why I'm using what? OMP. What is the fact number 1 I'm telling? Last year, no audit of financial statement has taken place. Fact number 2, he has obtained SAE that at least opening balances do not contain any what? Misstatement that materially affects the which year? Current year audit. This is how you tackle with these 3 kind of situations as per 710. So what are the 3 situations? Please tell me quickly in 2 minutes. Last year auditor gave a which report? Modified. What did you do? You saw that his modifications are still present in current year. Resolved or unresolved? Then 2 outlooks. Affecting, not affecting. But in both the case you will give what? Modified. Reason, affecting. Reason, affecting, comparability. Second situation. Last year auditor gave a which report? Unmodified. But you have a core evidence in your pocket that he should have given modified. You talk to the management and TCWG. After that you realize the fact that you also have to what? Modify. But how to modify? QAD or only Q or A? No option for what? D. What you will write in opinion? A basis paragraph you will write it because last year ka this was happening. But what paragraph you will add? OMP. What are the 3 facts you will write in OMP? Predecessor auditor was Mr. A. He has given unmodified report. This is the date of his audit report. You are actually giving them a hint that something has happened. Let the remaining, they will understand. And what is the third situation? Last year audit has happened or not happened? How you will deal with that? OMP paragraph. What you will write? Fact number 1. Last year audit has not happened. At least I have obtained sufficient and appropriate audit evidences on which balances? Opening. Due to which I can at least say that they are not affecting my current year financial statement. Or if they are affecting, then you will modify. If they are not affecting, you will what? Unmodify. It's very difficult for a chartered accountant who is not connected with the previous year to do the audit of 2 years. It is very difficult. And due to rotation, so many problems have arisen. And that's the reason earlier what used to happen, we used to continue with the same auditor. So client and auditor-auditee relationship used to be stronger earlier. But nowadays also, either by hook or crook, you do it. You know that how to break the loopholes. But most of the case of the companies, if you are a big level 1, level 2 entity in the peer review, level 1, level 2 entity, then in that case, it is very difficult nowadays to become, in the first year, definitely you will get some problems. And 710 is a solution for those problems. Is it clear? So my question is, 5 standards we understood. What did you learn from these 5 standards? First one, 700 taught you what? How to express an opinion and how to report. Second taught you CAM. How to identify something is CAM or something is not a CAM. Where does it being placed? How do you determine it? What are the advantages? Should you discuss? It's not a substitute of. All that points we understood. Third way you understood 3 types of modified opinion. Qualified, adverse, disclaimer. These all 3 are based upon 2 words, M and P. Materiality, pervasiveness. M but not P, always what? Q. M meets with P. You will always either end up giving adverse or disclaimer. Fourth standard mein, 706 mein you understood when to disclose EMP and when to disclose OMP. Can you please tell me the one line of difference between the two? Disclosed in the FS, but auditor felt it again. We would like to draw your attention for the better understanding of users. But no, things other than disclosed by whom? Management. Who felt again? Auditor. But in both, what is a common thread? Both are being included for the better understanding of whom? Users of finance. My personal biasness is not there at any cost, right or not? And what we learned in 710, how to deal when the current year auditor and last year auditor is different. Two things may be dealt. Third thing may audit has not happened. There also we dealt how to include the make the use of OMP paragraph, right? Now let me make you understand 720, which most of the student leave this standard in choice. First of all, read the name of the standard. Actually, I didn't have the notes for that. Just now I copied from her. Read the name of the standard, please. Auditor's responsibility in relation to which information? Other information. Acha, how many of you have heard or read the annual report of any company? Have you ever seen? Just now I show you, na? I saw you, made you see. This is annual report of Reliance actually. You can see the number of pages, Amma. Please repeat how many pages. Actually, this is the relevant pages. Actual report of annual report of Reliance is plus 600 pages. 600 plus pages. Now, annual report is something called, treasure box. You want to know about a company, you want to have AKOCB. What is AKOCB? Acquiring the knowledge of whose business? Best sources, download the annual report of the client and just wipe it out, 100% read it out. You will understand inch to inch information about the company. But in the annual report, there are 2 types of information. Financial, other. What are the 2 informations? Financial and other. Let me tell you in one conclusion how you have to read this standard. Uske baad I'll make you read from the material also. You will get an understanding. Let me give you the introduction how this standard has to be approached. So many of the students fail to understand, sir, why we are running behind other information when we are a financial auditor. And it's very relevant question as well. Yes, sir, what is the use that ki other information ke upar ek standard bana diya, but actually we are always interested in which information? Financial. Now imagine that this is the annual report of the company. In the annual report, 50% of the portion always constitutes which information? Financial. And 50% of the portion contains which information? Other. 700 to 710 talks about how to tackle with this situation. But 720 tells you how to tackle with what? Other. Is auditor responsible? Actual answer is no. Auditor is never responsible for which information? But sometimes other information impacts your financial statement a lot. Ki you have to indulge yourself by using the 720. Now listen. Let's imagine in financial information, the P&L statement was there. It was written that 5130 crores of net profit. What is the net profit written? 5130. It is written where? Financial information part. In the P&L statement, 5130 net profit. But somewhere in the other information part, in some director responsibility statement, some part mein, they wrote that ki our P&L shows 6,140 crore rupees of net profit. Please tell me, are these both figures are matching or mismatching? Which one is right? Did you understand my question? Did I tell you which one is right? How user will feel when this report will go in the hands of whom? User. At one point of time, he is seeing PNL. PNL mein where it is written 5130 crore is our profit. And at one point of time, he is seeing somewhere else. There it is written that this year profit is 6140. So are we making him confused, putting him in the confused state of mind of now? Correct hai nahi hai? This is the problem where 720 gives you what? Solution. Now I don't know whether financial information is correct or whether what? Other information is correct. Remember, if there is a problem with what? Financial information, it's a very troublemaking situation there. But if this is a problem with what? Still you can handle it. 720 tells you how to handle this particular issue. Did you get an idea? So this 720 is not a standard which we generally use. It is only and only used when the auditor sees this situation. Okay, now I am in dilemma situation. Either so they have given me wrong information when I was doing the financial statement audit, or they have done mistake in printing the what? Other information. But which one is right? Either this is a printing mistake or this is a FS mistake. If it is a printing mistake, it is manageable. But if it is a which mistake? FS mistake, it is not what? Manageable. So there are some things you need to understand first by reading this standard. Read this point. What is the example I gave you? Annual report. Annual report contains two types of information. What are the two types of information? Financial statements and audit report. And which information? 700 to 710 deals with which information? First one. And 720 deals with what? Other. Now next point. Read this point. What do you mean by other information? Can you read the answer? What do you mean by other information? Any information in which report? Other than financial statement and other than what? Audit report is known as which information? Other information. It can be financial. It can be what? Non-financial. Now, please tell me what is the definition first. Half of the student to fail to learn the definition itself. Read the definition again. Any information in which report? Annual report. Other than financial statement and audit report. That other information can be of two types. It can be financial or it can be non-financial. What is the auditor's responsibility in this standard? Make appropriate arrangements with whom? Management to obtain other information on which basis? Timely basis. Remember, this is very much near to 560. Ensure that you should not allow the company to issue the annual report unless they have given it to you. Let the annual report go through your lenses first. After that only you should tell the management, okay, I don't have any problem. You can issue what? Annual report. So remember, it is company's responsibility to show the draft annual report first to whom? Auditor. But make sure that it should come to you on which basis? What does that mean? These are the hidden things which you need to understand. Time is date of audit report se pehle. It should come to you when? Before signing the which report? Audit. Because if this damage is coming after signing what? Audit report, then in that case it will be a troublemaking 560 will be added here. That is where we are going to learn this standard. Now read this thing. What do you mean by timely basis? Before signing the which report? Audit report. Tell to the management, give me WRL, ki everything you are writing in annual report is what? True and correct. Who is asking this? Why I am asking WRL? Preparation and presentation of financial statement is whose responsibility? Management. I don't have any role to play. The boss, give me WRL, ki you have prepared this annual report and everything which you mention in this annual report is true and fair. Did I get the WRL? Possibility, you may get this WRL before signing what? Audit report. Or what is the second possibility? If the management fails to provide above, at least before issuing the report to the which party? Third party. Get it. They are saying that technically you should get it before signing the which report? Achha, I have to tell you this process. Can you please tell me, this is called 31st March. Am I correct? Please tell me, this is the audit report signing date. and this is circulation date, and this is AGM date. Have you heard of this thing? We first do the audit, sign the audit report, we prepare the notices for AGM, attach our audit report with the notices and send it so that they can come to the AGM and pass the OR. What is OR? Ordinary resolution. Please tell me, what is the point number 1 talking about? Take WRL when? It means during which time period? Can I say this time period? Yes, before signing the which time? But they are saying that, say for example, you forgot or they forgot to issue you. Read the second point. If the management fails to provide above, at least before issuing to which party? Please tell me when they are circulating. Third way, to at least get it by this time. It means by hook or by crook. Try to obtain this WRL when? Because if the arrow will leave the bow, arrow will not come back. It will leave the bow. Can you unsend a sent message? You can delete it in WhatsApp. When I'm talking about normal message. Once you press the send button, can you unsend it? So same is the case here. At least before circulation, get this WRL. Genuinely, we should take when? Before signing. But max to max when? Before signing. This is what do you mean by timely basis. Did you understand the meaning of timely? So please tell me if you have any doubt in this paragraph. No doubt. Read the next paragraph. What is the second point you should do as an auditor? Read the other information to ascertain whether there is any inconsistency between what and what. Other information and what is the other one? Other information and auditor's knowledge. Now please tell me one thing. What is other information and FS knowledge? Please tell me what is the FS profit I told you? 5140. ऐसे ही था ना कुछ. And what was other information? So it falls under left side or right side? Please tell me what is written on the left side. It's your handwriting only, Amma. Read it. What is written? Other information and FS. Either there can be inconsistency between other information and FS, or there can be inconsistency between. Now, let me give you one example now. Company told me there are 9 directors. How many directors? But total 11 have signed as a director. So are they hiding the information from me? Is this consistency or inconsistency? How many I know? 9. I know 9. How many signed? So what is the example of this particular example? Where falls it better? Left side or right side? Either there can be inconsistency between other information and whose knowledge? Auditor. Matlab, I know there are 9 directors, but actually there are what? 11. That is the right side example. And or there is an inconsistency between other information and what? Financial. Please tell me what was financial statement profit? 5140. And what was the other information saying the profit is? 6140. So that example suits where? Right side or left side? Left side. So there can be 2 types of inconsistency, either between OI and FS or between OI and AK. What is AK? Auditor's knowledge. Now, this is my second responsibility to check. What is my third responsibility? To report that misstatement or inconsistency. Now, please tell me what are the 3 auditors' responsibilities in this standard. Point number 1. Go to the management, make some appropriate arrangement with the management. Please give me WRL कि whatever you are writing in the which report? Audit report is true and fair. Question is timely basis. You should get it. On which basis? Timely. What do you mean by timely? Either before signing the audit report, normally, but what if signing of audit report is left over? That date is gone. At least before what? Circulation. It to the which party? Third party. Did you understand my reporting number 1? What is my reporting responsibility number 2? There can be 2 types of inconsistencies. What are the 2 types? Between other information and FS, between auditor's knowledge and other information. And if there is a consistency, what is my third responsibility? To report this material inconsistency to whom? Users. Am I correct? Did you understand my 3 responsibilities? Now, let's move to the next point. Read the next point. What is written? Now, please tell me Current year sales in the financial statement it is written 5 crores. Sorry, FS में current year sales are एक second due to income ये क्या लिखा है अम्मा आपने? हाँ, see in the OI other information what is written? Current year sales are what? 5 crores and next year projections are what? 8 crores. But in FS current year sales are how many? Please tell me what is FS information? 3 crores. And what is OI information? 5 crore. Matching or mismatching? So tell me, left side or right side? Left side information. And read the second. Other information may written how many directors? 11. And auditor's knowledge only? 10. It is a which one? Left side or right side? Between inconsistency between what and what? Other information and audit. This is just for your example purpose to tell you that there can be two types of what? Inconsistency. Now, there can be two types of misstatement. There is a misstatement in other information. Now listen to this very carefully. What I am going to tell you is, say for example, pray to the God कि OI should be wrong, FI should be right. Pray to the God. Pray करो. OI should be, FI should be what? Right. क्योंकि if it will happen vice versa, what is vice versa of this? OI is right, FI is wrong, then this is troublemaking situation. Are you understanding my point? What if OI is wrong, FI is fine? Matlab, my audit is super cool, fine. I have the correct information. But where is the printing mistake? Other information. Any problem or no problem? No problem. Simply deal with it in 706. How to deal with it in 706? What is 706? EMP and OMP. What will I will write in OMP? Or what will I write in EMP? I would like to draw your attention कि FS figure is right, but the figure written in what? OI part is what? Wrong. Simple. You don't have to modify it. Don't deal it with 705. Deal it with what? 706. But what if right side will happen? What is right side? OI is actually right. It means 6140 is actually the what? Net profit. It means while doing the audit, they gave me the right financials or wrong financial. It means what to be done. Is this something affecting your opinion now? Deal with 705. What is 705? Modify. Did you get the point now? Ardhamainda? I know it is heavy to go inside, but is it going slowly inside? Please tell me what you should pray. FI should be right, OI should be wrong. If that is the case, deal as per 706. But what if other way around? OI is right and FI is wrong. It means they have given you the right information during FS or wrong information. Deal as per what? 705. Did you get the point? This is when happening. This is happening before signing the audit report. When? Before. This you can change the modify the opinion na, before signing. But what if this is happening after signing the audit report? Now what to do? If after signing the audit report it is there and suppose first situation come. What is the first situation? OI is wrong, FI is right, but date of audit report is already signed and circulated also. What you can do now? At least give a public notice. Which notice? Give a public notice and tell them that we would like to draw your attention. There is one particular mistake and this and that. You can give the public newspaper advertisement. But what if that is happening? Refer 560. What is the answer you will write? Refer 560. What is 560? Subsequent events. Did you get the point? This is what the whole standard is all about relating to 720. So एक काम करो, just make one note of this thing, one chart. Let me tell you the whole standard in one chart. And you will tell me one by one what is the meaning of each and everything we have done so far. Okay. So please tell me first of all what is OI? Don't give me the full form. I know. OI stands for other information. But what do you mean by other information? Other information means an information other than financial statement plus what? Auditor's report, which can be Financial information, or which can be what? Other information. Now, this meaning we know. Please tell me what are the auditor's responsibility? Three responsibilities of auditor. 1, 2, and 3. What is the first responsibility of the auditor? To obtain what? WRL. WRL when to be obtained? At least before what? Signing. What if before signing is not available then? At least before what? Circulation. But which one is preferable? Before signing. Then assess the inconsistency. There can be two possibilities. What are the two types of inconsistencies? Either there is a difference between what? OI and FI, or there is a difference between OI and AK. What is AK? Auditor. And if there is inconsistency, report. These are the three responsibilities of the auditor. Now, I know that you are very much expert in bringing the length to your answer. You know how to put the stories. So, I am giving you the main keywords, what you have to write the answer for. You have to explain point number 1 properly, point number 2 properly, point number 3 properly. Now, problem is this, कि there is a inconsistency. Problem is there is an inconsistency. Difference between the two is you came to know about this inconsistency when? Before signing, and you came to know it about when? After signing. Are you getting the point? If it is before signing, what you should do? If it is before signing, talk to whom? TCWG. Talk to whom what? If the TCWG is saying yes, we will rectify the situation, then there is no problem. But if the TCWG is saying what? No, we will not rectify the situation, then you have to see two things. What are the two things? Point number 1. What is wrong and what is right? What you should pray? What you should pray? Other information is wrong. FI should be what? Right. If this is the situation, deal as per SA 706. Am I correct? But what if it is other way around? What should I write now? OI is what? Right. And FS is what? Wrong. Then in that case, deal as per SA 705. Modify your opinion. Is it clear? But this you can only do if that is you came to know about it when? Before signing. What will happen after signing? Again go to whom? TCWG. If they are saying that we will take the needful action, put the total burden on whose shoulder? TCWG. But mostly they will say, no Rohit, we are not going to do anything. Then again two things. What are the two things? OI is wrong. FI is what? Right. Then at least give a notice. Which notice? Public notice. Notice to public. But what if this is the problem? OI is right, but what is wrong? FI. Then refer SA 560. This is the total conclusion of your standard called what? SA 720. If you will understand the grip over this particular topic, now let me tell you, ask you any kind of question they will ask you, and you will be able to answer it. But who will tell me this chart again? Thoda complex hai, quite difficult. You can retain it, but I know that you can retain it. Please tell me how the chart looks like. ये देखो स्मार्ट वर्क चल रहा है, हाथों को पेन नहीं देना है, थोड़ा बहुत लिख लिया करो अम्मा. 3 hours you have to write continuously, right or not? And I write every 6 months more than 800 pages in a batch. They know that along with them. Because when you write with your own handwriting, it goes more inside your head. That is a fact actually. I'm not saying you are doing wrong. You are making the effective use of technology. Proud of you. But try to write it on your own. Unfortunately, this is not allowed to be copy pasted in the examination. Otherwise, you would have done. Acha, please tell me, did you understand what I said last time? 720. Kyunki you know why most of the students leave this trend, and now you understood it? Complexity of understanding it. But I think thread by thread, I made you understand this. Now, please tell me how our conversation started. By looking at which document? Annual report. Annual report includes two types of information, financial and other. What do you mean by other? Other than FS and auditor's report. It can be financial or non-financial. How the auditor deals when he sees other information. Make an appropriate arrangement with whom? Management. Tell them to give you what? WRL. Okay, whatever they have disclosed in annual report is true and fair. When you should get this WRL? Before signing the audit report. And if possible, not possible to give before signing, at least before circulating to which party? Third party. This is called timely basis. What is the meaning of timely basis is this? If you find inconsistency, there can be two types of inconsistency. Between whom and whom? FI and OI. And between whom and whom? OI and AK. What is AK? Auditors. Now, एक वो directors वाली example याद कर लेना, एक वो sales या profit वाली example याद कर लेना. Did you get the point? Now, there is inconsistency. You are 100% sure. What is your third obligation? Report it. To whom? Users of finances. How to report it? How to deal with that? That this paragraph is telling you. You are sure that there is inconsistency. But you came to know about this inconsistency when? Before signing the which report? Audit report. You went immediately to whom? TCW. Discuss with them what to do. TCWG said yes. So it's okay. But if the TCWG said what? No. Then what to do? I have to deal now. Is it after signing or before signing? Still things are in my control. I will pray to the God what? Other information should be wrong. My information should be right. So at least I will deal it by what? 706. Simply EMP OMP would be sufficient. But what if otherwise coming? Then I have to deal with what? 705. I have to modify. I can modify or can't modify? Can, because it is happening before when? Signing. Still the things are within my control. Are you understanding the reasoning? What is on the other side? What if I came to know about this thing after signing what? Audit report and after circulation. Again, I went to whom? TCW. Said this is a problematic thing. Now I am unable to understand what is right and what is wrong. They are saying that OI is wrong. We will do the needful. Then put the 100% things on the shoulders of whom? It is completely whose responsibility? TCW. But if the TCWG is saying, Rohit, don't show your face, we are not going to help you in any way. It means I have to deal it on my own. What should I pray to the God? OI should be wrong. FI should be right. If still this is the situation, you can at least get away by giving what? Public notice. But what if OI is right and FI is what? Wrong. Then simply follow what? 560. Now question is, what is 560? If I'll explain you now, then we'll be able to start 500 series. That's why we'll keep a full stop here. What is 560? Wait for the 560 to come. Is it clear, everyone? Please tell me, all the 6 standards went inside your head? What are the 6 we have done? 700, 701, 705, 706, 710 and what? 720. If there is any doubt, please let me know. Now, this is very rare that you will find the questions from 710, but it is very much certain that nowadays ICAI has started asking the question from 720, which is the most leavable standard. People leave it like anything because they understand only up to 710. 710 is our break because up to intermediate level you have done up to what? 710. 720 actually is going to be dealt in what? CA final. And most of the students say that, yaar, 5 standards ho gaye na, leave the one inside. No problem. Maybe question may not come. But what if your stars are very much bad? That question only will come which you have left. And then you will scold your karma. Right? But at least you will not scold me because I did my responsibility. Tell you all the 6 standards. Now, we have exactly half an hour. In the half an hour, should I tell you the dividend topic? जल्दी से बता दो पूरा डिविडेंड टॉपिक. चलो जल्दी से क्विक रिवीजन करेंगे एंड देन विल प्रोसीड विद एनी अदर टॉपिक इफ विल टाइम विल अलाउ. सर ऐसा होता है, देखो मॉर्निंग टू इवनिंग यू विल फील माय एनर्जीज आर ऑलवेज इंटैक्ट, लाइक हाउ आई वाज इन द मॉर्निंग आई एम डीलिंग विद द सेम इन द इवनिंग एज वेल. You have to pump it up. I'm almost 1.5 times the age of you right now. Because morning you all disagreed to believe that you are 20. What is the age group, by the way? Almost 30. If you are 30 na, then leave it, no problem. It's okay. ICAI will run without you as well. I don't think so that he is 30. But you never know. Sometimes faces tell a lie. What is your age, Amma? Anji, first batch. What is your age? 23. Anybody your highest? Near to 30. Anybody? Sir, आपकी एज कितनी है? 22? You should be sent to jail, for speaking this. 22? Seriously, sir? Yeah, 32. 22. And you at the last? 23rd. Achha, no one has crossed 25. Who is 25? So 27, close, thoda. Okay, and it's okay. Those who clear at the later age, they earn a lot. That is a motivation at least I can give you. क्योंकि क्या होता है, you need a push ना towards something. That is at least the motivation I can give you. Okay, chalo. Let's proceed with the chapter called what? Dividend. Now, in the dividend chapter, you have total, don't worry, you have only 5 sections to be taken care of. What is the section number? 123 to section, you need something, Amma? Section number 123 to section number what? 127. Quickly revise karenge. What is the 123 saying? What do you mean by dividend? Sources of payment of dividend, adjustment of dividend. What if the FR is used for the payment of dividend? That is all getting covered in what? 123. 124 says that ki once your dividend has not been paid within 30 days, where do you keep your dividend for 7 years? That account is called unpaid and unclaimed dividend account. That is 124. After 7 years, you transfer your money to what? IPF. That is 125. What is the name? Investors, Education and Protection. 126 says that if there is a title ownership problem and the company is facing the difficulty whom to give the dividend, whether to the transferor or to the what? Transferee. The company, till the time ownership is not completed, they can keep the dividend in what? Abeyance. What do you mean by keeping the dividend in abeyance? Unclaimed dividend account, they will keep the dividend till the time ownership is not clear. Say for example, she is a seller and she is a what? Buyer. But some title ownership disputes are coming. So company is unable to certain whether should I give the dividend to you or to you. So I can keep the dividend aside in one account. That account is 124. What is 124? Unpaid account. Mein I can keep it till the time ownership is not clear. That we'll learn in 126. And what is 127? Penalty on the company on the non-payment of dividend within how many days? 30 days from the date of its declaration. Quickly पढ़ेंगे. पहले मेरे को बताओ what is the difference between final dividend and interim dividend? Final is final, starts with F. Interim is interim, starts with I. Other than that, what is declared at AGM? What is declared between the AGMs? Interim is declared between the two AGM. What is declared at AGM? Final. What can be once declared cannot be revoked. What can be revoked? Interim. What is included in what? Interim dividend is included in the definition of what? Final dividend. Are you getting the point? So dividend की definition क्या है? Dividend includes interim dividend. What is the definition? Dividend includes interim dividend. Now most important thing what you need to understand in the dividend is section number 123 का ये part. What is this part, everyone? What is the sources of payment of what? Dividend. Always understand one thing. There is a sequence of the sources what you need to learn. Source number 1. You will always pay the dividend out of which year profits? Current year profit. But if my current year profits are not sufficient or I'm incurring what? Losses, then only you can touch what? Free reserves. Please tell me, what are the two sources I told you? Current year. But what if my current year profits are not sufficient? I have profits, but not sufficient. Or I have losses. Then only I can touch what? Free reserves. And if you neither have this nor you have this, then what is the third option? Capital profits, which are what in nature? Realized. Those capital profits you can touch which are actually what? Realized. If I don't have this one also, is there any other opportunity? Then your company's dividend must be guaranteed either by whom? Central government or state government. So what are the 4 sources of payment of dividend? Current year profits. I don't have current year profits. Free reserves. I don't have free reserves also. Capital profits. Which in nature? Realized. And I don't have capital profits also. Either guaranteed by central government or state government. What free reserves does not include? What is the first one? Unrealized gains. It does not include what? Notional gains. It does not include RR. Revaluation, DRR, debenture, CRR, credit, SP, securities, premium. All these words, whenever you will see, you will not count it in FR. They are exclusions from the FR. They are what? Exclusion. Tell me the 6 exclusions now. Unrealized gains, notional gains, DRR, CRR, SP, and what? RR. These are not at all called which reserves? Free reserves. Did you understand the sources? Tell me the 4 sources again. Current year profits. Not sufficient. Not there. If that is also not there, either guaranteed by central government or state. Now the question is, sir, okay, sources we understood. What is the next topic? Adjustments to be made before the payment of what? Dividend. Now try to understand me what I'm saying. When you are paying the dividend out of current year profits, when you're paying the dividend out of current year profits, 3 adjustments you have to do. How many adjustments? 3. Current year depreciation, unabsorbed depreciation of previous years, and transferred to reserves, if any, decision taken by the board. What are the 3 things you have to reduce from here? From what? Current year profits. What are the 3 things you have to reduce? Current year depreciation. If already reduced, it's fine. Or, what is the second thing? Unabsorbed depreciation of which years? Previous year. What is the third thing? Any transfer to reserve decision taken by whom? Management. अगर मैनेजमेंट ने डिसाइड किया कि ओके 10% विल ट्रांसफर टू व्हाट? रिजर्व्स, तो ट्रांसफर दैट 10% आल्सो. तो अगेन टेल मी व्हाट आर द 3 एडजस्टमेंट्स यू डू? करंट ईयर डेप्रिसिएशन, unabsorbed depreciation of which years? Previous years, and any transfer to reserves. If you are paying out of current year profits. But what if I'm using what? Free reserve. Then 2 adjustments. Adjustment number 1. Current year losses. What is adjustment number 1? You are not allowed to pay the dividend unless you do not adjust your which losses? Current year losses. Point number 1. Point number 2. Brought forward losses. Which losses? But not fully. Now listen. Suppose last 3 years mein I had 40 crores, 50 crores, 60 crores loss. What was my 3 losses of last 3 years? 40, 50, 60. In those 3 loss making years, you also have to check depreciation. Suppose depreciation was 10, 12, 15. What was the depreciation? Please tell me what was loss? 40, 50, 60. Total karna? 150 crores. What is the 3 years depreciation of those 3 loss making years? 10, 12, 15. What is the total? 37. So what is lower of these two? 150 or 37? 37. That much you have to adjust. Ardhamainda? Please tell me what are the 2 things? Current year losses fully you have to adjust. But I can't adjust my brought forward losses fully. Lower of these 2. What are the lower of these 2? Brought forward losses. In those brought forward losses years, what is the depreciation? Dono ka total, whichever is what? Lower. What was my depreciation total in those 3 years? 37. What was the total loss in those 3 years? Whichever is lower, only 37 you will reduce. So these are the total 5 adjustment. 3 from current year profits, 2 from free reserves. Tell me the 3 adjustment of current year profits. Read the adjustment number 1. Current year what? Depreciation. Unabsorbed depreciation of which year? Previous year. And transferred to what? Reserve. But this is completely dependent upon decision of what? Board or company. But when you are using the which reserves? Free reserve. What is the first thing you have to adjust? Current year. Fully. Not partially. That is fully. But this one depends. Depends upon lower of these 2. What are the lower of these 2? Depreciation provided in such loss making years or total brought forward losses of the previous years, whichever is what? Lower to be adjusted. Did you understand the sources? Did you understand that adjustment? Please tell me the sources. Current year, not there. Free reserves, not there. Capital profit, which one? Realized, not there. Either guaranteed by central government or state government. Move to the next slide. What are the 3 adjustments in current year? What are the 2 adjustments in free reserves? Current year depreciation, unabsorbed depreciation of previous years, and transfer to reserves if any. What is the word you will write? If any. If decision is taken by the board. What are the 2 things you have to adjust from free reserves? Current year losses fully. Brought forward losses mean there is a small change. What is the change? Loss of the total those loss making years to be compared with Depreciation in those loss making years, whichever is lower, you have to pay. Let's imagine now I'm using the which reserves? Free reserves. What are the two circumstances under which you use the free reserves? Either current year profits are what? Insufficient, or there are current year what? Now there are four conditions to be satisfied in this case. How many? Try to understand. My company has losses. Are you getting the point? And I have to use my free reserves now. So in the free reserves, if I'm using, company says that don't use the total free reserve because 123 section is watching you. What is 123 saying? Satisfy these four conditions. How many? Four. Condition number one. Rate of dividend to be offered in this case or amount of dividend to be given in this case shall not be more than average of what? Last 3 years rate. Please tell me, I have losses. I'm using my free reserves. My last 3 years rate is 20, 22, 18. So what is the average? 20. You cannot give more than what? 20%. Last year 3 years rate was 18, 0, 22. अब क्या करोगे? अब solution is very simple. You don't have to satisfy this condition. Because this condition is only required. Read this condition below. This condition is only applicable if in the last 3 years dividend was declared as well as what? If any of the 1 year is missing in the last what? 3 years, condition number 1 is not required. So when the condition number 1 is required? If the dividend was paid in the last what? 3 years. And the average of those three should not be more than what you are offering today. So read the point number 1 again. Rate of dividend shall not be more than average of last 3. You can't do the average of 3 like that 18, 0, 22 divided by 3. You can't do that. Make sure that in the last 3 years dividend is declared as well as what? Paid. Is it clear to all of you? Condition number 1. Condition number 2. Sir, can we use full free reserves? Answer is no. Max how much you are allowed? 10% of your total paid up share capital what? Free reserves. Are you getting the point? And this much is only you can what? Withdraw. You can't withdraw even a single rupee extra than this. How much you can withdraw from the free reserves? Maximum 10% of your total paid up. I will do the practical with you right now to make you understand. Maybe this might be our last topic or what, but this is very important topic. Try to understand. How much you can withdraw of total paid up share capital plus what? Free reserve. Third condition. After withdrawal, minimum 15% of the total paid up share capital should be left in what? Free reserves. So this is how much you can withdraw. This is how much should be left over after withdrawal. How much should be left over? 15% of what? Don't unnecessarily use the word called what? Free reserve. This is only on TPUSC. This is on TPUSC plus what? FR. And whatever the amount will come, you have to first adjust the which year losses. That too we already know. Free reserves, what are the two adjustments? First one is what? Current year losses. Now let me take you practically how this question comes in the examination. Let's imagine current year losses are what? 6 crores. ESC is how much? 40. PSC is how much? 100. Free reserves are what? 30. And last 3 year ka rate are this one. What is the rate? Now, are you able to see it as a most fit, perfect example for doing this situation or not? Do you have current year profits or losses? So definitely you will use what? Can you tell me how many free reserves you have? 30 crores. Now, please tell me condition number 1. Is the condition number 1 required first of all? Yes. Because last 3 years mein dividend is paid or not paid? What is the average? 20%. That is the average. 20% of what? 140 crores. What is the 140 crores ka 20%? 28 crores is the dividend you can maximum pay as per condition number 1. But what is condition number 2? How much you can withdraw from the free reserves? Fully or up to 10%? 10% of what? 10% of total paid up share capital plus what? Free reserve. So 170 ka 10% is what? So boss, first is not possible. Let's move to the second one. First is not possible. Because first is giving us which answer? 28 crores. But how much you are allowed to withdraw? It means maximum you can pay what? 70. Did you understand? How much should be left over after withdrawal? Minimum 15% of what? What is total paid up share capital? इसका मिनिमम 15 कितना होगा? 21 crores. तो can I say other way around? You can maximum withdraw what? 9 crores. क्योंकि 21 has to be kept. It means you can't pay 17 also. As for C, you can only pay what? 9 here. Did you understand? Now, 9 crore is maximum I can withdraw from the free reserves as per condition number 3. How much is my current year losses? Minus 6 crores. How much you can pay only? 3 crores. Started where? 28. Ended up where? 3. This is a law provision. Understood? Yes or no? What if I will remove this 17, 18 ka point from here? Condition number 1 required or not required? Directly you will move to the condition number 2. How much is the condition? How much you can withdraw maximum? 10% of total paid up share capital plus free reserve. Did you get the 17 answer? But can you pay 17? Because if you will withdraw 17 from 30, how much will be left over? 13. But we need minimum what? 21. Therefore, maximum you can withdraw how much? 9. And 9 may say, what is the first thing you have to adjust? Current year loss. It means I can pay only what? 3. This is how actually companies does like that. That is what I was telling you. This is a practical question they may ask you in the examination. Is it clear? But will your answer change if I'll make it 50? Please tell me. Try to do it. Will your answer change if the free reserve instead of 30 is 50? Please tell me. No change in the point number 1. Point number 1 will remain same. 28. What is point number 2? How much now you can withdraw? It will be 19. Instead of 17, it will be what? 19. But after withdrawing, how much you have to keep it? 21% of what? Oh, sorry, 15% of what? Total paid up share capital. How much is that? 21. So even if I'll withdraw 19 from free reserves, what is the leftover I have? 31. Is it more than 21? So I can withdraw now what? 19. Out of 19 now, how much you have to? 6. What is the remaining? 13. So answer is 13 crores now, not the 3 crores. It all depends upon these 4 situations. And this is how practically company does the distribution and payment of what? Dividend. We know that, we understand that this much of dividend will come, chiller will come. Because these are the provisions, na sir. You can't violate section number 123. Correct? Understood? Everyone? Okay. So that brings an end to your first section called what? 123. Did you understand everything? So we understood meaning, we understood sources, we understood adjustment, and we understood what to do when we are using the which reserve? Reserve. Small topic only, you have to understand this. What is this dividend? Interim dividend. Try to understand this. Interim dividend is basically the choice of board of directors. If they think that some windfall gains have come, what do you mean by windfall gains? Unexpected returns have come or earnings have come. So I would like to share this prosperity with my what? Shareholder. So law क्या बोलता है? Any rate is allowed. What is allowed? Any rate. Bindas, whatever the rate you want. 20, 30, 40, 50. Give any rate. That is completely whose direction? BOD. But recently, law made some changes. What is the changes? Listen. The date on which you are declaring the interim dividend, up to preceding quarter of that date, if the company is suffering what? Losses, then the rate of dividend shall not be more than average of last 3 years. Let me give you one explanation. What is the date today? Practical example. Suppose today 28th March, company thought that let's declare 40% dividend. Are you getting the point? But can you please tell me 28th March ka preceding quarter is which one? 31st December. Up to that quarter, company was suffering losses. In the 9 months, company was suffering what? Losses. Up to the preceding quarter, we have to see is it profit making or loss making. We came to know that loss making. So sorry boss, you can't give 40%. Then the rule will change. What is the rule? Average of last 3 years. Acha, let me give you this practical question. Okay, it is already written here. Provision. Read the provision. If there are losses in the what? Financial year up to last day of which quarter? Preceding the date of what? Declaration of which dividend? Interim. Okay, let me ask you one thing. Suppose I am thinking of declaring the dividend on 7th October. 2023. So what you will do? 7th October 2023 means what? Its preceding quarter is which one? 30th September. If the company is suffering what? Losses. You can't pay the dividend as much you want. Then you have to rule. What is the rule? Cut off average of last what? 3 years. But what if the company is suffering into the having the profits? Then any rate, no problem. Okay, I'm thinking of giving dividend on 18th August. What is the preceding quarter? 30th June. So whatever the date of your interim dividend, you have to check the which quarter? Preceding quarter. Check what is the financial showing. Profits or losses. If profits, no prohibition on any rate. But if it is what? Losses, then rate of interim dividend also shall not be more than average of last 3 years. Did you get the point? But what is this rule number 1 and rule number 2? Can you read the rule number 1? In case of opting of average or average of last 3 years rate, if any of such years dividend is not declared, it shall be taken as what? 0 in that case, but average has to be for what? So we will not do the previous wala point. Do you remember previous mein what I told you? If any of the last 3 years dividend has not been paid, that condition is required or not required? But here it is required. Let's say for example 18-0-22. Last 3 years. 18-0-22. 18 plus 0 plus 22 divided by 3. Don't do 18 plus 22 divided by 2 because average has to be what? 3 years. 18 plus 0 plus 22 divided by 3. So it is 40 divided by 3. How much? 13 point. This is the maximum. Okay. Last 2 years 0-0. 18. 18-0-0. Then what? What about last 3 years no dividend? 0. You boss, you can't say. Rule number 1 samajh mein aaya? What is rule number 2? While checking the losses, it shall be the losses up to what? Latest preceding quarter, not the meaning. Do we have to check the loss of that quarter or up to that quarter? Up to that quarter. That is different. Let's say for example, up to June quarter, I was having profits. September quarter, I am having losses. So you don't have to see September losses. That's why average of last 3 days. No. Up to September, total should be what? Loss. So it is now read the sentence again. This is where the law interpretation is required. Read the sentence again. While checking losses, it shall be seen losses up to the latest preceding quarter, not only in the last quarter. Say for example, up to 30th June, I had 60 crores of profit, but 30th September, I have 35 crores of losses. Now tell me, up to 30th September, what is my total result? 30th June, 60 crores of profit. 30th September, 35 crores of losses. This is quarterly result. But what is total result up to quarter? 25 crores of what? Profit. So it is profit making. We don't have to check last quarter ka result. We have to check up to that quarter. Acha, will your answer change if it is 35 crores losses in the 30th June also? 35 plus 35 now? 75. Profit or losses? Now you have to take care of rate. So these are the 2 rules you have to remember. In case of which dividend? Dividend. What are the 2 rules? If in the last 3 years, any of the year not paid, consider it as 0. But average has to be what? 3 years. And point number 2, you don't have to check the losses of last quarter. You have to check the losses up to last quarter. Tell me, what if the date is today? What is up to last quarter? So you will check the losses on 31st wala quarter, December quarter, or total 3 quarters. Total 3 quarters should be loss making, not the 1 quarter should be loss making. Did you get the point or not? 100% understood. So this is what brings an end to your discussion of 123. Now what? Completely. Let's do one thing. Let's wind up. So 24, 25, 26, 27 along with 134. कल अपने को 2 घंटे इसके ऊपर लगाने पड़ेंगे. So we will wind up this first half an hour, 45 minutes में. Then 1.5 hour पे those 3 sections are highly important. After that only we'll move to the professional ethics, NOCLA, and peer review and quality review. So tomorrow, at least up to quality review, we have to complete to ensure that your amendment parts will also be over majorly and your professional ethics. Going to be important session, right? Thank you so much everyone for lending your patient. Yes, I'll borrow it again tomorrow. But tomorrow at what? 8 o'clock. Right or not? Exactly after 11:30. Sharp 8, matlab 8:05, 8:10. You can come, no problem. But make sure that come early because we are going to start with the continue the topic where we have left today. Okay. See you guys tomorrow. Thank you.